Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. After successfully holding Indonesian Fintech Summit and Expo in Jakarta last year, we are proudly present and welcome you to the Virtual Innovation Day 2020 in the topic Accelerating Economic Recovery through Financial Technology Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce myself. My name is Tara, and I will be the Master of Ceremonies for today's event. In this opening session, we will having several agenda, namely welcoming speech by the Deputy Commissioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, remarks by the Country Director of Asian Development Bank, the signing Memorandum of Understanding between Otoritas Jasa Keuangan and Securities Commission Malaysia, represented by the Vice Chairman of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan and the Chairman of Securities Commission Malaysia, remarks by the Chairman of Securities Commission Malaysia, remarks by the Vice Chairman of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, followed by the launch of the Roadmap for Digital Financial Innovation and Digital Financial Literacy, remarks by the Chairman of Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia, first session of the webinar with topic of Digital Financial Roadmap. Second session will start with officiation of establishment the Fintech Syariah Association by the Vice Chairman of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Keynote speech by the Member of Board Commissioner Otoritas Jasa Keuangan in charge of Consumer Protection and Education. Presentation of initiatives in the era of COVID-19 by the Chairman of Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia. Second session webinar with topic of Digital Financial Literacy. And lastly, the closing remarks by the Deputy Commissioner of International and Research, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice Chairman of Board Commissioner Otoritas Jasa Keuangan has joined us. Let us all rise and sing to our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. You may now be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to introduce Ibu Nurhaida as the Vice Chairman of Board Commissioner Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Bapak Tirta Segara as the member of Board Commissioner of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan in charge of Consumer Education and Protection, His Excellency Datuk Syed Zaid Albar, Chairman of Securities Commission Malaysia, Bapak Sukarela Batunanggar as the Deputy Commissioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, esteemed officials of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Securities Commission Malaysia, Asian Development Bank, and notable representatives of government agencies and financial services industry. We also welcome all the guests to the Virtual Innovation Day 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are opening today's session with the welcoming remarks by the Deputy Commissioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Please welcome Bapak Sukarela Batunanggar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable, the Vice Chairman of the Board of Commissioner of OJK, Ibu Nurhaida, OJK Board Commissioner for Customer Education and Protection, Bapak Tirta Segara, the Executive Chairman of the Securities Commission Malaysia, Datuk Syed Zaid Albar, the Country Director of Asian Development Bank for Indonesia, Bapak Winfried Wicklain, sorry for my spelling, Pak Winfried, OJK Ministers, Executive, State Institution, Leaders and Official, Chairman of the Financial Industry Association and participants, panelists, moderators, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to invite you to express our gratitude to God Almighty, since only by His blessing and willing, we could gather in this very important and prominent occasion. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee of Virtual Innovation Day for well arranging this event, and I believe that this could give the utmost benefit to the development of financial technology in Indonesia as well as in the region. Last year, OJK and Aftech succeeded in conducting Fintech Summit and Expo with the theme Innovation for Inclusion. And today, ladies and gentlemen, holding the event virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic, OJK is very grateful to be the host of Virtual Innovation Day 2020 and bringing the theme of accelerating economic recovery through financial technology innovation. This event is aimed to encourage the development of fintech and increase public literacy in the digital economic system in Indonesia. It provides an avenue for stakeholders and the digital ecosystem to connect and explore potential collaboration as well as build public awareness on a healthy fintech industry through various financial literacy related programs. In this very important occasion, allow me also to express our sincere and appreciation to Asian Development Bank, who has provided a continuous support to OJK, to the financial industry, and as well as to the Indonesian economy and people as a whole. On this important occasion, OJK will present several agendas, which are first presenting the Memorandum of Understanding MOU signing between OJK and Securities Commission Malaysia which will have several programs of initiative to support the acceleration of fintech growth and foster public financial literacy on digital economy. And second, of course, as our Master of Ceremony just mentioned, launching the Digital Finance Innovation Roadmaps and Digital Finance Literacy, who also support by ADB, and thanks again to ADB for this continuous support. And third, presenting the Digital Innovation Initiative in COVID-19 era by the appointed Association of Digital Finance Innovation, Indonesia Fintech Association, or we just call it AFTEC. Fourth, witnessing the determination of Indonesian Sharia Fintech Association, or we call it Asosiasi Fintech Syariah Indonesia, AFSI, to be appointed as the Association of Digital Finance Innovation, and finally presenting two sessions of the panel discussion webinar today. Ladies and gentlemen, back on August 20, 2018, OJK just launched the Fintech Center inaugurated by the Honorable Chairperson. The Fintech Center is named OJK Infinity, that stands for OJK Innovation Center for Digital Financial Technology. So we call it just Infinity, like, our idea, our aspiration is kind of unlimited, for the, for the people good, the greater good of Indonesia, and of course, and also our contribution to the region and globally. Today, we are pleased to have participation from our college, Malaysia Securities Commission Affinity Community, to this Virtual Innovation Day. International cross-border collaboration is essential to be conducted as it will enhance protection of data sharing, perform policy consistency, and generate global financial stability. We hope that through this event, both Indonesia and Malaysia fintech industry would better understand each other's practices and develop the interest to collaborate the future to encourage further digital finance innovation in both jurisdictions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesia fintech industry is snowballing since 2016. Currently, we have 161 already registered and or licensed peer-to-peer lending, 86 digital finance innovation outside of peer-to-peer and equity crowdfunding. And we have also 3 equity crowdfundings which already licensed within the OJK. These growths are quite an advanced market that could support economic recovery. I am delighted to see other kind of fintech that also flourishing in Indonesia. Based on our regulatory sandbox, there are 18 cluster, or we call it 18 a business model of digital finance innovation in Indonesia market, ranging from micro, small, and medium financing to green financing. So currently, the Indonesian market is more vibrant and varies. Ladies and gentlemen, OJK has also issued several legal frameworks for fintech development, such as regulation, OJK Regulation 77, 2016, as we call it, peer-to-peer lending regulation. And we have also regulation on digital banking, 2018, and followed by also OJK Regulation number 13 on digital finance innovation as an umbrella regulation. And OJK has also built a strategic framework for adoption of subtech and regtech in Indonesia. As the Innovation Center, OJK Infinity presents a hub where provide benefits to the world of digital finance in Indonesia, starting from conducting research on digital finance, processing, recording, and regulatory sandbox, empowering fintech association by determining or assigning AFTEC as the first appointed association of digital finance, and later on the afternoon, we will also assign AFSI, the Association of Fintech Syariah Indonesia, as a formal association. and holding the national and international event like today event to showcase the growth of fintech industry as well as its contribution to improving financial inclusion. In addition to that, we are also invite active participants from innovators and other members of fintech ecosystem to jointly utilize the facilities provided. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just conclude my welcome remark, because I aware that we have several other remarks. To conclude my remark, I'm optimistic that development and innovation in the financial services industry will provide added value in improving financial access and economic independence of the community. And in the end, it will be able to realize equitable development and enhance community welfare. With that, I would end my speech and wishing all of you a more vibrant discussion in this event. I do hope that God Almighty will support us and guide us to work in a good endeavors for a better future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Sukarela Batunanggar, for such a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the next program is remarks from the Asian Development Bank Country Director. Please welcome Mr. Winfried Wickling.
Thank you, and a very good morning to you all. Thank you very much for your comprehensive and warm welcome remarks, Pak Sukarela. Much appreciated. Ibu Nurhaida, Vice Chairman of the OJK Board of Commissioners, Pak Tirta Segara, OJK Commissioner in charge of Consumer Education and Protection, the guests from Malaysia, Datuk Said Albar, Chairman of the Securities Commission, Pak Niki Santuluhur, Chairman of AFTEC, Pak Adrian Gunandi, Chairman of AFIP, other distinguished speakers, panelists, representatives from government, industry, civil society, and the media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to join Pak Sukarela in very warmly welcoming you all to OJK's Virtual Innovation Day. We at the Asian Development Bank are very proud to be associated with the event and the efforts behind it. Let me start by thanking OJK for organizing this important event. The theme of accelerating economic recovery through financial technology innovation could not be more topical and timely. Indonesia, like all countries around the globe, literally, is combating COVID-19 with challenges abound. There is the pandemic curve that must be flattened. There are the households and businesses that must be thrown a lifeline. And then there are the measures that could and should be taken now for the country to be better off in time after COVID-19. Financial inclusion, driven by financial innovation in particular, can play a very important role in bolstering efforts to combat and recover from COVID. Government's COVID-19 economic recovery program involves important lifeline support to households and businesses. And financial inclusion and Fintech can play an important role in helping channel the funds to households and businesses in need. At the same time, I believe COVID-19 may also actually be a game changer for financial inclusion by driving its development much more rapidly and urgently. And that's a very good thing, as we know that financial inclusion benefits the economy and society as a whole by increasing economic growth and reducing income inequality. In other words, if financial inclusion was important before COVID-19, now it certainly has become absolutely essential for short-term relief and long-term recovery. So I'd like to congratulate OJK on all the work it has done and the outcomes, particularly in terms of laying the groundwork for the Digital Finance Innovation Roadmap and Action Plan for 2020 to 2024 and the Digital Financial Literacy Initiative. ADB, as was mentioned in the kind introduction, has been a long-standing partner of OJK and the government in supporting the inclusive vision. We've been supporting financial inclusion efforts with focus on fintech and digital financial services, enhancing financial and digital financial literacy, and strengthening financial consumer protection. It's been very encouraging to see the significant progress made in these areas over the last few years. Just to highlight a few, we've been privileged to support the Digital Financial Innovation Group as it performs its multifaceted role as industry accelerator, incubator, and regulator of the sector. We've also been supporting OJK's Digital Financial Innovation Hub, aka the OJK Infinity Center, and OJK's regulatory sandbox initiatives and digital finance regulation. It's been a pleasure to collaborate with OJK, and I particularly like to applaud OJK's very keen interest and commitment to working with regional and global partners in striving to achieve international good practice. Already, Indonesia has a vibrant and dynamic financial technology sector, but it's important for the sector to be further developed and regulated, smartly regulated, to promote responsible digital financial inclusion. And it is equally important to develop a financially literate population, given the very rapid expansion of digital financial services. So we have been very pleased at the ADB to support the development of the Digital Finance Innovation Roadmap and Action Plan and the Financial Literacy Initiative. Amongst others, our role, as we see it, has been mainly to share international experience and good practice, which has been very well received, as mentioned. Looking ahead, we very much look forward to continue to work closely with OJK and the industry to promote more inclusive financial services in Indonesia. We plan to focus our support on three main areas. Firstly, on improving the tools and digital infrastructure for financial inclusion. Secondly, on enhancing access to finance for MSMEs and marginalized groups, including women and the youth. And thirdly, on strengthening supervision and consumer protection measures for responsible financial inclusion. We hope with our support we can contribute to a healthy, resilient financial system where consumer protection is prioritized as a key pillar of responsible financial inclusion. In closing, let me again congratulate OJK on the launch of the Digital Finance Innovation Roadmap and Action Plan and the Digital Financial Literacy Initiatives. Kudos to OJK also for launching these initiatives despite and because of COVID-19. As noted earlier, promoting financial inclusion is indispensable for both short-term relief and medium-term recovery from COVID-19. In particular, it will help mitigate the adverse impacts that COVID has on the poor and the most vulnerable segments of society. Digital financial innovation will significantly contribute towards this end, and that's precisely why this webinar today and with its theme is so timely and important. I look forward to most productive discussions and a very successful event today. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winfred Wicklin, for such an inspiring remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the virtual signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding on Fintech Cooperation between Otoritas Jasa Keuangan and Securities Commission Malaysia. With all due respect, we would like to invite the Vice Chairman of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Ibu Nurhaida, and the Chairman of Securities Commission Malaysia, Datuk Syed Albar, to please sign the MOU at your respective signing tables. You may now please sign the document. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are currently witnessing our very first virtual signing ceremony. Excellencies Chair and Vice Chair, if you may, please show to camera the MOU that was already signed. In the midst of the global pandemic, we are still able to perform this signing ceremony and keep our commitment to good cooperation, thanks to technology that makes all of this possible. Thank you, Vice Chairman Ibu Nurhaida and Chairman Datuk Syed Albar. Next, we are welcoming the remarks from the Chairman of SC Malaysia. Please welcome Datuk Syed Albar. Datuk Syed Albar, the time is yours.
Terlebih dahulu, saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kerana sudi mengundang saya untuk berbicara di peristiwa yang penting ini. Hubungan Malaysia dengan Indonesia ibarat saudara kembar yang ada kalanya nakal dalam jenakanya, tetapi penuh kasih dan hormat dalam hubungannya. Saya berasa senang sekali kerana diberikan kesempatan untuk berkumpul bersama-sama hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian, walaupun secara virtual. Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat kepada rakan imbangan pihak kami iaitu Otoritas Jasa Keuangan OJK di atas Hari Inovasi virtualnya. Di sini, izinkanlah saya meneruskan ucapan saya dalam bahasa Inggeris. We had earlier witnessed the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding on Financial Technology, Fintech cooperation between the Securities Commission Malaysia and OJK, a strategic move essential for continued market growth. I'm glad that we have been able to proceed with this event despite the restrictions and disruptions brought about by the pandemic. Thanks to the advancement in technology, virtual meetings are now the new normal. The virtual signing of this Fintech MOU is proof of this, even though Vice Chairman Nurhaida and I are both miles apart. Indeed, it is said that necessity is the mother of invention. And notwithstanding the deadly toll the virus has taken across the world, the pandemic forced us to reorganize our daily lives and also accelerate changes in business models and structures. Whether we like it or not, there is a shift to a new digital reality. Today's theme, innovation in times of crisis, resonates strongly with what the world is experiencing now. And the signing of this MOU marks an important milestone for both the SC and the OJK. We now share a mutual intent to promote innovation in our respective capital markets, and we believe that through collaboration, we can develop and scale up our respective fintech industries regardless of their size. This MOU establishes a framework for cooperation and referrals between our two jurisdictions. And this includes a direct channel for the Alliance of Fintech Community of the SC and the Digital Financial Innovation Group of OJK to connect finance fintech matters. In particular, the MOU will facilitate information sharing on trends and regulatory developments in fintech and provide opportunities for collaboration in joint innovation projects. It also facilitates referrals of fintech businesses seeking to operate in each other's jurisdiction. And in the context of the Malaysian capital market, fintech has gained momentum despite us facing a slowdown in overall economic activity. The total fund raised through equity crowdfunding for the first 6 months of this year recorded an increase of about 70% to the whole, or compared to the whole of last year. Our P2P financing platforms have to date closed more than 2,700 successful campaigns in the year 2020. Now, it is interesting that recent fundraising proposals were for online food and beverage and e-commerce services, as well as healthcare-related businesses. This is reflective of small business owners seizing the opportunities from increased health awareness and demand for more convenience. And fortunately, digital platforms were able to fulfill their financing needs. We are tremendously encouraged to see greater investor participation in the market this year. Malaysia's digital investment segment saw more than double the number of accounts opened in the first half of 2020 compared to 2019. The segment's assets under management has also been trending upwards. And the increased retail demand for online stock trading has translated into significant increases in trading volumes in the Malaysian stock market this year. The accessibility of financial services through digital tools underscores the importance of instilling basic knowledge of finance and investment within the general population. In fact, at the national level, Malaysia has a 5-year national strategy for financial literacy. It seeks to improve the financial well-being of Malaysians by providing necessary tools and skills to elevate their financial investment literacy. And in this regard, the Securities Commission Malaysia believes that greater investment literacy can empower investors. A vigilant and knowledgeable investor will be able to assess investment products that are suitable for their needs. Therefore, we have increasingly focused on enhancing investment literacy to complement greater financial inclusion brought about by Fintech. I believe OJK Indonesia also shares similar regulatory objectives given the session on digital financial literacy this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, Fintech will be the integral to the continued growth and prosperity of ASEAN. With a population of 670 million and an expected GDP of $4.7 trillion by 2025, ASEAN represents one of the world's fastest growing regions. Given its emerging middle class and high internet penetration rates, we in ASEAN have the potential to become a thriving center for innovative businesses and services. Technology certainly has proven to be inclusive through its reach. Moving forward, it can also serve as a tool for better regional integration. Regulatory collaboration between member nations such as this are part of efforts to realize the vision of an ASEAN economic community. We have to leverage each other's strengths to nurture the development of Fintech in both domestic and regional markets. And today signals the commitment of SC Malaysia and OJK Indonesia to provide such facilitation for our homegrown innovative firms. And it is heartening to note that the Virtual Innovation Day has managed to secure attendance of Fintech communities in Malaysia and Indonesia. We certainly encourage Fintech firms from both countries to use the Fintech bridge we have created to access greater regional opportunities. And ladies and gentlemen, with regulatory support complementing the private sector's drive and energy, I have no doubt the region's fintech landscape will radically transform in the coming years. SC's Malaysia's position has always been facilitative of digital innovation that will better serve the needs of our economy. At the same time, we are mindful to keep watch over potential sources of risk. While regulation should be adaptive, it must also balance and harmonize business needs with investor protection. And as part of our ongoing efforts to raise public awareness, we will be hosting SC by SC from the 5th to the 7th of October 2020, and this will be the first time it is to be held virtually. Topics this year include fintech thriving during the pandemic, Sharia compliance of digital assets and gamification in finance. I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to this event, and so please register at our SC by SC website. Before I end, please allow me to record my deep appreciation to OJK for inviting me to speak today. Terima kasih sekali lagi, and I wish you a fruitful and engaging session ahead. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Datuk Syed Albar, for such a remarkable speech. We are now welcoming the remarks from the Vice Chairman of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, followed by the launching of Roadmap Digital Financial Innovation and Digital Financial Literacy. Please welcome Ibu Nurhaida.
Our distinguished guest, Chairman of the Securities Commission of Malaysia, Mr. Said Zain Albar, Asian Development Bank Country Director for Indonesia, Mr. Winfried Wicklane, my fellow Commissioner, Bapak Tirta Segara, Head of Indonesia Fintech Association, AFTEC, Bapak Niki Luhur, our esteemed guests and from representative of Indonesia government agencies, representatives of financial service industries, speakers, moderators, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning to every one of us. I would like to say a few things about SC Malaysia, Mr. Albar. I used to be visit SC Malaysia or Suruhanjaya at least twice a year, because my previous assignment as a commissioner of OJK, I was a executive chair for capital market. So we have very massive programs with SC Malaysia under the ASEAN Capital Market Forum. So to me, as you mentioned, that Indonesia or OJK and SC like a sister, because we used to be meeting quite a lot every year under the ASEAN Capital Market Forum. So I think SC Malaysia is not something that I'm not familiar with. I'm very familiar with SC Malaysia. So thank you again that you consider us as a brother or a sister. Then we can continue our good cooperation ahead from now on. First of all, I'm very delighted to be here today to welcome all of us to our event, Virtual Innovation Day, taking up the topic of accelerating economic recovery through financial technology innovation. First of all, allow me to express my appreciation to the donor of this program, the Asian Development Bank, who has provided very excellent support and has been an excellent development partner for OJK. My appreciation also goes to Indonesia Fintech Association, or AFTEC, who has helped make this event become one of the important milestones for the development of fintech industry in Indonesia. Today's topic is very relevant to the current economic situation that the whole world is experiencing due to the pandemic COVID-19. The impacts of social restriction and physical distancing policy has weakened the economy of the global. It has put the pressure for a real sector and leaving many unemployed, including also in Indonesia. At this time, where our mobility is greatly limited and face-to-face participation has to be reduced, many enterprises has rethinking about their business process, both how to survive the crisis and also more importantly, how to recover and also to keep growth for the company. If we look at from the positive side, positive point of view, this condition actually present us a great opportunity, particularly for our digital financial service industry, including fintech, of course. Fintech has a lot to offer and can be very significant game changer to simplify the lending process, encourage business to adapt with the new normal, and boosting digital transformation. In the context of Indonesia, I am pleased to say that our financial sector has successfully passed the survival phase, and now we can consider that we are entering the recovery phase or recovery period. In this regard, OJK has been working together with all institutions, financial authorities in accelerating our economic recovery. This is done through many different issues, different tools, such as interest rate subsidies, working capital, credit guarantees, and placement of government funds at the state-owned banks to assist the credit restructuring process. And on OJK side, OJK accelerates digital transformations in the financial sector based on two very important reasons. The first one is that we know that the industry or the public needs the technology-based financial products and services in this pandemic era. And the needs is become bigger and bigger because people cannot contact each other directly. So we need the technology to have a contact among people. And the second important reason is also due to the programs by the governments, because in the government programs, we have a stimulus for micro and small medium enterprises, and also for informal sectors. These sectors, small and medium enterprises and informal sectors, require a major role of information technology, especially opening up access to finance and distributing social assistance for the poor and the disadvantaged. With the availability of financial access and well-distributed social assistance from the government through technology, we hope that it will help the ultra micro, small, medium enterprises and informal sectors to survive the crisis and to get back on their feet. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as experienced by the whole world, there is a great reliance on financial technology and innovations to survive from the current crisis and accelerate the economic recovery process. Given the importance of digital finance innovations, OJK believes that we should seize the momentum. Therefore, I am pleased to introduce to all of us the OJK Digital Finance Innovation Roadmap and Action Plan for the year of 2020 and 2024. This roadmap focuses on developing a supportive and comprehensive digital financial ecosystem to create a financial services industry that is competitive, resilient, and fit for the future. In order to achieve those objectives, this roadmap also includes the Digital Action Plan for 2020 and 2024, which is cover 6 aspects, which are accelerator, regulation and supervision, research, collaboration, talent, and customer protection. This is being the main backbone to develop Indonesia's digital finance ecosystem. The accommodative regulatory framework is at the heart of the action plan to mitigate the technology-associated risk, protect consumers' interests, and promote competition. The research and collaboration with various stakeholders will be the backbone of developing the research-driven regulatory framework and encouraging digital innovation. The action plan also provides several few initiatives to create a digital-ready workforce that has the skill and capabilities needed in increasing digital economic and financial industry, as well as initiative to establish a more technology literacy society. Furthermore, with the robust development of digital finance services, along with the wider reception by society, close attention needs to be given to digital financial literacy. Lack of digital financial literacy could trigger consumer distrust and weaken stability of financial industry. So I really agree very much with what Mr. Albert just mentioned, that we should really increase literacy. And with that, we have our MOUs, I can believe that we can increase the literacy for both of our people, Malaysia as well as for Indonesia. We can share our experience and we can also observe what is Malaysia have, and we can implement in our market. So again, OJK saw the needs to include digital financial inclusion strategy and literacy as a key part of OJK digital roadmap and action plan that are in line with OJK efforts in promoting consumer protection in the digital age. These all initiatives are placed to ensure the overall digital financial ecosystem will be able to fulfill its potential to increase economic capacity and promote financial inclusion. In this regard, let me reiterate my appreciation to ADB that has supported OJK efforts in enhancing financial inclusion and promote consumer literacy, including in digital financial services. I also can remark the support of ADB to OJK is very highly appreciated. We know that a lot of things, a lot of programs we have with ADB, and I can admit that all the programs that we have with ADB have support, have encouraged us to have a better inclusion for financial and have a better literacy. So again, I would like to especially thanks ADB for all the support that you have done for us so far. The importance of digital financial literacy has a big role to educate our people, our society, and also financial literacy implies the ability to support better financial health so that consumers can better manage their financial lives and make informed and appropriate choices regarding the use of financial services. In Indonesia, the necessity for financial literacy is even more significant because of the low level of education and the size of and diversity of the population. We know that Indonesia have more than 220 million people. We are diverse in many different islands. Not everybody have access to information. So that's very important for us when we have the ability to increase and to develop our information system and we put our literacy in the systems. I believe that everybody in Indonesia, every people, even in the remote area, will have the opportunity to have access to information and to have literacy, especially in financial. Therefore, as I mentioned, the digital financial literacy roadmap will be integrated with financial literacy efforts, and updating of consumer protection rules in digital age is a key part of our OJK's roadmap. Ladies and gentlemen, collaboration is one of the main focus of the roadmap since the world is getting connected and there is an urgent need for regulators to step up cross-border cooperations, especially in the same region as for us is for ASEAN. The cooperation can be hugely beneficial for both authorities to learn from each other. We have our own experience with different background, so I think experience from each other countries can have a significant impacts on our moving forward. Having said that, and as a follow-up of OJK Digital Finance Innovation Roadmap and Action Plan, I am very delighted to be able to sign that we already signed MOUs on Fintech cooperation with Mr. Said Z. Albar, the Chairman of Securities Commission Malaysia this morning. This is very important for us. We see this as a very monumental event. So this is a start, but I believe we will have to continue in very short time to really implement everything that we have in our MOUs. I believe that through this cooperation, we hope to have an effective framework and cooperation for both Indonesia and Malaysia, especially for our financial ecosystem. We should have fruitful policy dialogues between the regulators and increase collaboration in many aspects for further development of digital financial products and services. In the future, I hope OJK will step up the collaboration by being a member of Global Financial Innovation Network to accelerate the digital innovation in Indonesia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to reiterate that by utilizing its technology advantages, digital finance innovation can play an important role and seize the opportunity in this pandemic period and even beyond. Further, as the regulator of the Financial Services Authority, OJK is highly committed to developing the innovation that fulfill the prudential aspect through the regulations that promote innovation and competitions. In order to achieve this successfully, OJK calls for close collaboration with other relevant agencies and institutions, fintech associations, fellow regulators, and international institutions. At the end of the day, of course, we hope to see the digital financial services industry in Indonesia strive to promote financial inclusion and contributes to the country's economic growth. Lastly, please accept my best wishes for fruitful discussion ahead. I hope that the discussion will boost the understanding of advantages, opportunities, and challenges of the digital financial innovations, as well as the benefits it could bring to the economy and society. May we all be blessed with good health and perseverance to stay on courses and reach the common goal we all intended. And lastly, let me close my remark with the launching of roadmaps of digital financial innovation and digital financial literacy. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nurhaida, for such an excellent speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we all just witnessed the launching of Digital Finance Innovation Roadmap and Literacy. It is considered another milestone for OJK's effort on further developing the digital financial innovations in Indonesia. Next, we are welcoming the remarks by the Chairman of Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia. Please welcome Bapak Niki Luhur.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, OJK, esteemed and honorable speakers and hosts and guests, Ibu Nurhaida as Vice Chairman of OJK, Bapak Tirta Segara, OJK Commissioner for Education and Customer Protection, Mr. Winfred Wicklin, Country Director of ADB, Datuk Syed Zaid Albar, Chairman of Secom Malaysia, Bapak Sukarela Batunanggar, Deputy Commissioner, OJK Institute and Digital Finance. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor to be here today, to be able to share with you some of the initiatives from the fintech industry in Indonesia. We've certainly faced quite a lot of challenges in our recent climate. Having said that, these challenges present opportunities and have been presenting opportunities in this time of crisis. Perhaps I'd like to share with you a presentation today to outline some of the examples of where digital financial services innovation has happened and where we would like to see hopefully more collaboration amongst the community, amongst public and private sectors, as well as the international community. So please allow me to share a brief presentation. Next slide, please. Overall, the fintech industry has been actually growing extremely rapidly. Over the past 5 years, it has been growing extremely quickly in both areas of starting with areas of payments as well as to online lending, and it continues to grow in a very healthy way. Fintech, especially in these times of crisis, I'm very pleased to be able to share that there has been a variety of positive impacts to the economy, from providing social assistance and being able to provide digital distribution of social welfare to further reinforce the social safety net, as well as to help bring many businesses from offline to online. Last is a few areas where we see continued opportunities for further collaboration and growth through regulatory harmonization, as well as continuing to promote further new industry standards for good corporate governance and sustainable development. Next. Next slide, please. This is just a brief overview of some of the recent growth. Electronic money accounts in Indonesia have already reached over 350 million accounts. This is quite a remarkable change and has shown more than 68% year-on-year growth. Just by way of comparison, this is more than the amount of mobile phone subscribers in Indonesia, and on top of a population of approximately 265 million people. Currently, the last statistic in June was that there's about 15 trillion rupiah, or approximately $1 billion of e-money transaction value. So although these are microtransactions, they are starting to add up and become quite significant in our economy. The peer-to-peer lending industry and loan disbursement through peer-to-peer marketplace platforms has also been growing extremely rapidly. The total amount of loans dispersed by as of June 2020 was 113 trillion rupiah, or approximately $7.6 billion. This is quite an achievement, considering that only 4 years ago did really the peer-to-peer lending industry start to form and start to gain traction as thankfully through the brilliant support from OJK to be able to come up with a very progressive regulatory framework to allow for this innovation. Subsequently, the number of registered fintechs within OJK's Infinity or Digital Financial Services regulatory sandbox in May has also seen a significant rise in growth of up to 2 trillion rupiah, or about $140 million. And while this is just to reflect that even at the small startup level, we're starting to see also tremendous growth. There have been about 8 billion rupiah in equity crowdfunding, which is one of the latest verticals in the fintech industry in Indonesia. And now what we really see an opportunity for is being able to leverage more than 5 million fintech agents out in the field to provide the next generation of digital infrastructure, which is sort of a hybrid with human infrastructure, to be able to reach the last mile. Next slide, please. Currently today, the Fintech Association has 360 plus members, or roughly 80% of the fintech industry is represented through the Fintech Association, or AFTEC. Next slide. There are a variety of verticals. In the early beginnings of the Fintech Association, it was very much the majority of the members came from the payments background. And while digital payments continues to thrive, as you've seen, the e-money numbers are still growing in a very healthy way. What's more interesting is that there are a surge of new verticals, as you've also heard in earlier presentations, everything from digital lending to capital raising, insurtech, wealth tech, market provisioning. There are a variety of new verticals that are continuing to grow and present a very optimistic view for the future of Indonesia's digital financial services. Next slide, please. So next is really about the impact. One of the actual earlier advocacy areas that the Fintech Association got most of our members to rally around was digital signatures and eKYC. And while these are non-controversial topics, they're very difficult to actually implement and very difficult to get to a point where we can all agree and roll this out. And we're happy to see that there has been a surge in digital signature growth, as well as a surge in the amount of adoption in digital payments. More than 550,000 merchants accept e-wallet payments at this point in time. Even new sectors such as project financing have already started to gain traction. There are a few million warungs, more than 5 million warungs that are now also part of a government to payments initiative, as well as an overall payments initiative. There have been a number of areas where there's been a tremendous amount of growth recently and a lot of focus on the medium, small, and micro enterprises. Next slide, please. So these are really where we would like to be able to provide some recommendations. As the Indonesian Fintech Association has had the honor of being able to work with Otoritas Jasa Keuangan in trying to further develop, first of all, not only continue to drive growth, but make sure that we do it in a responsible and sustainable way. A few of the areas that we see opportunities are around regulatory harmonization on key policy topics, such as data governance. Today's day and age, we see a lot of opportunity in being able to leverage data for being able to do advanced analytics, whether it's for credit scoring or for fraud detection. However, we also want to make sure that the latest developments around personal data protection, privacy, these laws continue to be well respected and that we can manage the risks of data governance in an appropriate fashion as well. eKYC and open banking also present a lot of opportunities for further growth to be able to do things like digital account opening or expanding the digital financial services base by enabling for complete remote experience, especially in today's day and age with the restrictions of a low-touch economy. Last but not least is we also have working groups to help drive the advocacy and utilization of fintechs for government to person payments or government to citizen payments, whether it's around welfare or subsidy distributions, to be able to further reinforce the social safety nets for the poor, as well as for the micro and small medium enterprises that need further support in this time of crisis. This is where we see a lot of opportunity, in fact, of being able to collaborate on draft privacy laws and be able to collaborate on open API standards and be able to give some concrete recommendations as an industry to be able to push the latest frameworks forward to be able to allow for the greatest potential of digital financial services innovation. We see cybersecurity frameworks as well as being very critical to making sure that the development of our ecosystem is done in a sustainable fashion, not only promoting good corporate governance that is essential for customer protection around issues such as data privacy, data security are certainly quite critical, but being able to ensure that specific codes of conduct per vertical industry are well developed and reflect what are the actual needs of the industry, as well as the concerns of regulators to ensure that the amount of consumer protection is adequately managed and that the risks are effectively mitigated. Last but not least, we still see a lot of opportunity to be able to collaborate through public and private partnerships, such as events like this. So this has been a great honor to be able to have an event to further promote the digital financial services in Indonesia and be able to promote financial literacy and take this beyond the offline event we had last year at the Indonesia Fintech Summit and Expo and bringing this online. So again, thank you so much for the honor of being able to share some of the latest developments in the industry, and would like to share with you a video of some of these concrete examples.
Halo, saya Tasya dari tasa.com.
Halo, gue Zaid dari Kasual.
Saya Nirwan dari Click and Clean.
Saya Dwina dari Mau Belajar Apa. Dengan menggunakan digital signature dari Privy ID, membantu kami untuk ekspansi keluar kota dengan lebih mudah dan juga membantu company kami untuk lebih eco-friendly karena lebih paperless.
Sejak menggunakan Oppo ini sangat membantu sekali dengan usaha saya. Tidak usah memerlukan uang kembalian agar tidak terpapar virus. Dengan Oppo ini saya sangat membantu sekali konsumen untuk melakukan transaksi secara non tunai.
Di tengah pandemi ini kami merasa cukup terbantu dengan layanan urun dana yang diinisiasi oleh BeShare. Berkat layanan tersebut, kami tetap dapat melakukan pengembangan outlet di seluruh Indonesia.
Perusahaan kami menghubungkan antara shipper dan transporter. Di masa pandemi ini, kami sangat terbantu dengan adanya fintech agregator Paper ID dalam hal perencanaan cash flow, working capital, dan monitoring.
Pas pandemi kemarin kerasa banget, purchasing power nurun banget. Nah, untungnya ada business for good dari Sided. Nah, ini ngebantu kita untuk ngurangin operational expenses sehingga bisa fokus sama strategi yang lainnya gitu.
Selama kita bersama,
siapapun
pasti bisa.
Aku,
Kamu,
dan kita semua.
Thank you very much, Bapak Niki Luhur, for such a wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start the first webinar session in the topic of Digital Financial Roadmap, which will be moderated by the faculty member of Bina Nusantara University, Bapak Isan Mojo, a seasoned economist and policy advisor with a work history of proven impact in policy analysis, development, digital, and financial innovation, as well as private and government partnerships, and an award-winning writer with a Doctor of Philosophy PhD from Monash University. Please welcome Bapak Isan Mojo.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I would like to thank you for your participations in the OJK Virtual Innovation Day 2020 on accelerating economic recovery through financial technology and innovation. My name is Iksan Mojo. I am a faculty member of Bina Nusantara University, and I'm your moderator for the first webinar session today, which specifically focused on the topic of digital financial roadmap. Today, we are pleased to welcome our four distinguished speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Sukarela Batunanggar, who is the Deputy Commissioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance. Our second speaker is Mr. Chin Wei Min, who is the Executive Director overseeing the Digital Strategy and Innovation Divisions at the Malaysia Securities Commission. Our third speaker is Mr. John Owen, a Senior Digital Financial Service Advisor. And last but not least, we will have my esteemed friend, Mr. Karania Dharma Samutra, who is the Secretary of Indonesian Fintech Associations, or AFTEC. As we know that the Indonesian fintech industry has been booming with an annual average growth of investment fund of more than 200% since 2017, and record fundraise of more than $7 billion. On one hand, it has provided an impetus for economic growth through financial inclusivity, and it's also provide equal access to financing and create multiplier effects for the Indonesian economy, which according to the Asian Development Bank, boosting up to 2 to 3% of Indonesian gross domestic product annually. On the other hand, the sustainability of this impetus will depend on the cross-industry collaboration and supportive regulations. Furthermore, all the past growth happened before the COVID-19 pandemics coming to the picture and affect the fintech landscape of all over the world, including Indonesia. Our first speaker today, Mr. Sukarela Batunanggar, will highlight the OJK Digital Financial Roadmap and responsible finance framework, as well as some basic issue in the Indonesian financial sector. Mr. Sukarela Batunanggar is the Deputy Commissioner who leads the OJK Institute and Digital Finance Innovation Group at Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Indonesia. He has spent the last 30 years with Bank Indonesia and OJK, specializing in microprudential policy, macroprudential policy, and digital finance. Previously, Mr. Batunanggar was a Deputy Commissioner of Banking Supervision 1 of OJK, and Head of Supervisory Development and Crisis Management Department at OJK, and Director Department of Banking Research and Regulation at Bank Indonesia. Mr. Batunanggar holds an MBA in Business and Finance from the University of Nottingham, as well as Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Business from the University of North Sumatra. With that, I ask that you give your full attention to Mr. Batunanggar and help me in welcome him to the stage. Mr. Batunanggar, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for Pak Isan Mojo for a kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this very important occasion, let me share with you my short presentation about the Indonesian digital finance landscape and roadmap. I'll focus my presentation on three key points, of course. First, Mbak Tika, please show my slide, please.
Pak Batunanggar, perhaps you can unmute your microphone, Pak, because we cannot hear you. Thank you, Pak.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay. So let me just repeat. Thank you very much again, Pak Isan Mojo, for a kind introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just share very briefly my presentation today entitled Indonesian Digital Finance Landscape and Roadmap. And of course, I'll focus my presentation on the digital finance roadmap and also the action plan. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are aware, at least we have 4 challenges in our financial sector. Already mentioned by our Vice Chairman, the low financial inclusion. I think this is part of a challenge and also opportunity, both for banks and non-bank and also fintech. And second, of course, we also have a huge gap of large gap of SME financing. And third one is lack of digital financial literacy. That's why one of our discussion this afternoon is on a digital financial literacy. And finally, the lack of or shortage of talent for fintech and also startup, and of course also for the incumbent. Next, please. Okay, so based on these 4 or at least 3 big issues, we are sort of aiming for creating the financial system, which consists of 3 strategic objectives. It is already actually outlined or formulated in our financial sector master plan of OJK. First of all, we would like to create a stable financial system. Stable, which is, strength, they have the soundness individually, but also on a system-wide basis, which is resilient to the either internal shock and also the external shock, including, digital disruption, including the pandemic. Second, of course, we would like also to drive the contribution of our financial sector, considering the lower financial inclusion and also the big gap of MSME financing gaps. That's why we would like to drive more both the financial institution, the current finances, the incumbent, the bank, non-bank, also capital market, and also as well the new player, which is fintech. And third, of course, we'd like also to create sort of more inclusive financial system in order to create sort of more responsible and also more sustainable financial sector and economy going forward. So how we can do this? We also employ 3 sort of collaborative dimensions. First of all, of course, we adopt what we call it more sort of holistic and balanced regulation, which is not only focused on the financial stability, the soundness of financial institution, the soundness of our financial sector as a system or ecosystem to also accelerate growth and also to maintain the trust within the system by protecting the customer interest. But more importantly is what do we call it, a new mandate, which is the financial innovation. So now financial innovation became a new mandate of OJK, and I think also some of leading regulators in the world. That's the sort of from regulatory aspect. The second one, which is also very, very important, is the role of financial industry, which is responsible to create sort of more responsible finance by not only providing the financing availability by providing just, collecting funds and then providing loans to the customer or either through the platform. But more importantly is also on how to change strategy, change the mindset, and change the business model into sort of more innovative ways, which is also providing empowerment to the customer. The third part, which is the integrative part of the whole strategy. So I think with the new strategy and the new business model, we would love to see more and more come sort of new business model, a new approach, a new tools, and also new operational framework, which is more support of this, how to empower society, empower customer to provide more literacy, and also in order to enhance the capacity of the customer. So now I think the customer is not only as an object, but also part of the integral strategy of the financial institution, including fintech. So we would like to sort of more enhance our strategy by adding the current strategy, which is adopting rule-based and risk-based supervision, and also maintaining financial stability and protecting the customer interest by adopting three new strategy on the right-hand side, the green light, the green color, which is first, which is agile regulation and supervision. So what we mean by agile regulation is that we are sort of more adopting principle-based regulation rather than or versus more sort of compliance, more detailed regulation. Sort of that's why I think we are also adopting sort of more agile in order to adapt sort of more dynamic and also fast-changing environment. Second, of course, as I already mentioned, we are also promoting innovation within the financial industry and also the fintech and also the startups company. And the third point, which is also very, very important, and I think it's relevant to our theme today, which is on how to empower financial institutions, including fintech, by adopting what we call it more sort of market conduct. Market conduct meaning that the industry or the players are more responsible to their business. Because why? Why? Because they know their business well. They sort of should maintain a sort of sustainable strategy, a sustainable business model, a trusted business model, and also more sort of inclusive business model, sort of market conduct. And I think within this context, the role of association is very, very important. That's why we are already empower AFTEC as a legal or a registered association to look after the fintech industry in order sort of developing guidelines, formulating standard operating procedures, and also implement a code of conduct for their members. So I think OJK, of course, still responsible as accountable for the final accountability of the supervision of the fintech. But of course, we would like to see association will sort of proactively develop standard and operating procedures, and also to oversee and to monitor, and also to analyze, and to some level do sort of empowerment and also enforcement to their member that not sort of comply to the code of conduct that already agree with. Okay, next. I think this slide is already mentioned by our Vice Chairman. Actually, we have 6 key elements in our roadmap. First of all, the customer is very, very important, because customer as not only as a user, but it's a part of integral part of the ecosystem, the importance of data and regulation. We will focus sort of on regulation in our work 3 or 4 years ahead. The governance, as I mentioned, and also the market conduct, about the financing, and also on how we can support sort of more integrated and or more sort of supportive ecosystem for sort of more responsible financial sector. Next. So our action plan in this 2 or 3 years ahead, 2024, will be focused on 5 key areas. First of all, as a backbone, of course, we would like to sort of set and also build a sound regulation, the fit regulation, not only for the fintech but also to the incumbent, in order for them, to also sort of to foster close collaboration between fintech and also the incumbent, and also with the key stakeholders. That's the first one. Second, of course, we would like to enhance the Infinity, the OJK Fintech Center role as accelerator. Moving forward, we would like to support the not only the number in terms of number of innovation, the type of innovation or business model, but we also to support on how our fintech industry more sort of scale up their volume or their size, not only serving the domestic market, but also to serve, the regional, even a global market ahead. The third one, of course, the talent. This is very, very important. And this year, our OJK Institute have 2 very important research on how we can develop strategy and framework on digital talent development. We are cooperate with some key stakeholders, academics, practitioner association, and also research institution. And of course, collaboration is a key part of our effort going forward. That's why we are very, very inclusive. We are very open, and we are sort of very happy to collaborate with all key stakeholders, international, regional, multilateral institution, domestic institution, and also all key stakeholders. And of course, customer protection is very, very important in order to also enhance the capacity and also the literacy of our customer. So we would like to also to support through this digital financial literacy and also our OJK Infinity. Next. Pak Isan, please just remind me of my time, because I still have a few quite detailed slides.
You have another
How
5
many minutes do I have?
5 minutes. Please proceed.
5 minutes.
5
Okay,
minutes.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So as I mentioned, accelerator, OJK is a fintech center as accelerator. We are also quite proactive in not only establish innovation center within the OJK, as I mentioned, Infinity Innovation Center for Digital Financial Technology, with the role of, co-work. We open for co-work space. We invite, focus group discussion, monthly knowledge sharing. And I think one of our key function also as a, live lab for innovation, what we call it, regulatory sandbox. I think that's, the role of Infinity. And in addition to that, we are also collaborate with some university, like we just launched with Telkom University and Universitas Negeri, Universitas 11 Maret, UNS, the Fintech Center. And even both of them will launch soon a master program on Fintech. I think this is also our part of our effort, and also to prepare a digital talent for the future. Next. Regulation and supervision. So we base this on 2 key activities. First of all, we enhance our capacity doing sort of relevant research, especially on the infrastructure, on how we can develop the right framework and right tools. And secondly, how we can use this research to develop the framework and also develop tools, to enhance our supervisory and regulatory capacity. And also to some level, we'll also share and also foster the financial institution, including fintech, on develop their capacity to sort of develop like RegTech, regulatory technology, in order to make more efficient and more accurate decision making, and sort of more efficient and effective sort of identify and measure and also monitoring the risk to their operation. And second, of course, as I mentioned earlier, we would like to develop sort of more standardized or more sort of working operational model of our market conduct supervision. Now, this is through, of course, the empowerment of the association, empowerment of the financial industry, and also sort of on how we also enhance our customer and education role in order to improve digital financial literacy, the awareness, the readiness, and also to next level, to enhance the customer experience. So I think the customer is also responsible for their own business, their own sort of activities, for their own investment, their own sort of borrowing or transaction within fintech and also financial industry. Next. On a collaboration, of course, I already mentioned about this. So our sort of mission is to not only building a collaboration, a good collaboration among us internally in the OJK. As you are aware that our regulatory sandbox forum consists of all relevant experts from banking supervision, from financial market supervision, and also from non-bank financial institution, and also our legal department. So we have sort of build up our culture of collaboration internally, and also, of course, with the domestic key stakeholders and also regional institutions like ADB, ASEAN, and moving more globally, like Toronto Center with Cambridge Center of Alternative Finance, and of course World Bank, IMF, and other institutions, not to name a few, and also other donors like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which was very generous in supporting us, doing sort of RegTech and SubTech framework, and how we can improve the digital financial literacy program. Next. And of course, I think our collaboration with the with the association, I think is very, very vital, and we are very happy that AFTEC, AFSI, and AFPI, and next AFSI is very supportive, and they are very proactive, and to share their view, their strategy, and have a dialogue and conversation and discussion with us in order together that we can develop a right and a better ecosystem, including on how to develop talent. So I think talent is one of key aspect of successful, not only for the fintech industry, but also for the incumbent financial institution. Because I think the competition for the future is the talent war, the competition for talent. I think technology, thank you for development of the technology, but at the end, I think the people is a key element. So sort of technology is very, very it's an enabler, but at the end, people is is a key as one of our strengths and also our competitive advantage to move forward and to sort of utilize and leverage all of the huge potential that Indonesian financial system have, and also the economy, and how we can also some level address the key issues that I just mentioned, because I think we'll be very, very rely on how we can develop the right talent. Talent is not means only for the digital savvy, but I think for all human capital, to raise the awareness from the leadership level into the sort of operational level until sort of the lower level, the culture of openness, the sort of more empathy, more responsible, and also sort of more transformative in embracing the technology disruption, the COVID pandemic disruption, and also I think we should be prepared, to anticipate the unknown disruption. We don't know yet, right? Because this is a kind of cycle that I think we should be prepared to sort of enhance our capacity, our readiness, and also our resiliency toward any unknown shocks, or also to sort of utilize the opportunity. I think within this, I end my presentation, and I'm happy for sort of discussing or sharing your opinion or your question later on. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Batunanggar, as quite comprehensive presentations. But I mean, like one thing that I think I find like from your presentations about the Digital Finance Action Plan, as well as the strategy, the strategy on roadmap, and this is what actually from the audience as well. They want to know, I mean, like whether this scenario is basically a business as usual scenario, Pak. I mean, like the accelerations, policy and regulation, customer protections, and talent collaborations. What they would like to know is basically, is there any different priority, or are you gonna somehow change the priority of this action plan or twist the action plan with regard of facing the pandemic, the COVID-19? Is there going to be adjustments, or is there any more emphasis on one or the other priority, Pak? I mean, I'll give you like 2 minutes to answer this. We're going to have like another questions in the questions and answers at the end of the session, Pak. But this is, I think, more pressing because many audience actually want to know about this. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you for question, Pak. So it seems that the our strategy and action plan is quite a business as usual, but actually, if you read our regulation on digital financial institution, actually this is a kind of revolutionary, right? So as I mentioned in our opening remark, as for now it's more than 160 fintechs already registered within the OJK, and currently we have 86, right? 86 what we call it, inovasi keuangan digital, digital financial innovation, excluded peer-to-peer and equity crowdfunding. And we have, among these 86, there is 18 big business model. So starting from aggregator to robo-advisor. So everything is there. This is a kind of revolutionary, We are very, very open to innovation. This is one thing. But of course, we are also should be aware on how we can discipline, how to make order, and also sort of what we call it responsible innovation, right? Responsible financial system. That's why we enhance our regulatory capacity, and also the the role of the Fintech Association as not only as the sort of a forum, but they are more sort of empowered to to set up standard and to enforce their members. I think compared to other countries, I think there are two sort of strategy. So first of all, to regulate fintech quite similar with the financial institution, meaning that we are very, very prudential based. We are very conventional, sort of risk avoider. But the cost is the innovation will not grow up, right? on the other side, we will not regulate fintech at all. No, just let them grow whatever they want, what innovation they want, to offer to the public, without any regulation at all. In some countries, in the beginning, it's something like that, and we see the sort of there is a unlevel playing field, and also the sort of systemic risk like shadow banking, with this, also current issues in OJK like pinjol online problems, and something like that. So we have to strike the balance. We have to set the foundation first, while allowing the innovation grow up. But we have also to sort of put a right corridor, if I say. It's not just, something like this, a very sort of, sempit, very limited space. But we try not to open space, without any corridor, but we, building a right corridor. I mean, that's also challenge, not only for OJK, I think also challenge for the industry and also financial institutions. So I think that's our priority, Pak. So in one side, we are foster regulation. On the other side, we are foster innovation, but also try to, not control, but put right sort of direction, and also to minimize the distortion, right? So that's sort of our spirit actually. With this pandemic, of course, I think without further direction from OJK, I think the digital banking is already not double up. I think maybe 5 times increase their transaction. And of course, I think later on our colleagues from Fintech Association or from peer-to-peer association can share their, what happened on this, pandemic era. I think the transaction is very, improve very significantly. But of course, we are trying to also minimize the risk. That's the spirit, Pak. Thank you.
In other words, you're going to rebalance between the risk and the innovation. So I think rebalancing of the risk and innovation is the correct words of what's going to be the OJK strategy in terms of implementing of this digital finance roadmap. Okay, thank you again, Pak Batunanggar, for your comprehensive and insightful presentations. With us now is Mr. Chin Wei Min. Mr. Chin Wei Min is the Executive Director of the Malaysia Securities Commissions, overseeing the digital strategy and innovation divisions. He has more than 25 years of industry experience in the financial service sectors, particularly in the emerging technology and digital domain. Mr. Wei Min has played a significant role in shaping and implementing the industry digital agenda. He was formerly the Asia Pacific Managing Director at Accenture for technology services and outsourcing firms. Throughout his 20-plus year consulting career, Wei Min has led numerous transformation programs yielding significant outcome for his client, as well as provided pragmatic advisory services to clients across Asia. Mr. Chin Wei Min will share some lessons learned from his experience in shaping and implementing the fintech industry agenda in Malaysia. Mr. Chin Wei Min, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting the SC to this forum. I would once again thank OJK for the FinTech MOU that we have signed and witnessed. Again, thanks again. And I also commend the OJK on your Digital Finance Innovation Action Plan. I think this is very timely, especially considering the current circumstances. To an extent of time, perhaps I'll take the opportunity to share what we have done. I think we could probably can compare notes later. When we have embarked on the industry digital agenda back in 2015, and we have since done quite a few things. Perhaps allow me to share a little bit. When we set out to do, we have set up to achieve 4 objectives. The first objective is to enhance access to financing. This is where we have introduced a framework for equity crowdfunding back in 2015, peer-to-peer financing framework in 2016, and we are now have about 10 equity crowdfunding operators and about 11 peer-to-peer financing operators are operating in our marketplace. Some of you, if you follow us, you will notice that we have did a consultation ICO last year, and we have now released our digital asset guidelines in early this 2020. We hope to bring into force in various shapes and forms at the later part of this year. The second objective when we set out to do was to actually increase the investor participation. So in that case, we are looking at when we release the robo-advisory, or we call them digital investment management framework back in 2017. We have also licensed our first digital-only brokers back in 2017 in Rakuten Trade, and subsequently in 2019, when we together with a prescription order on the digital asset, we have introduced and registered 3 digital asset exchange operators and has been operating this year. The third objective is to augment our institutional market. Again, I think through the, as part of the agenda, we have introduced what we call BICS, Bond and Sukuk Information Exchange, where we actually allow all investors, retail or institutional, be able to look at any and every information that needed regarding ringgit-based bond and sukuk. That will allow us to facilitate, hopefully deepen the institutional market as we move along. The last objective that we have put together is the developing the synergistic ecosystem. We have done a number of things, as we can see. For SC, digital is not about the technology, but it's about the innovation happening within the business or market model. So in this case, we're looking at how do we do things slightly differently, and that will enable to achieve many of the objectives we want to do. If you look at from a fintech perspective, there are many value chain, right? A simple example for crowdfunding, we will need to have a payment settlement. How do we facilitate that? How do we ensure there's a custodial services relating to the client's money, and recently a lot of the digital asset, how the custodianship of the digital asset are safeguarded and investor protections are in place. Within the whole ecosystem, we also look at how do we facilitate the community. This is where I think earlier in my chairman's remarks, we have welcomed everybody who want to join us at our 7-year annual SC by SC, which is our Fintech conference, will be on October 5th to 7th. It's part of our effort to continue to build up our local community. Within that itself, we obviously have various regulations. For example, cyber risk guideline published in 2016. We have also done our blockchain experiment for pilot in 2018. So these are the various initiatives as to create the community. Happy to share other parts of the agenda as we go along. And I think I'll pass back the mic back to the moderator.
I mean, we still have several minutes to discuss. I think the most pressing, like from the floors, there's one questions with regard of the Malaysian Securities Commissions. I mean, like you just basically signed an MOU with OJK. So now the questions, I mean, like one of the questions from the floor is basically what's going to be the concrete plan for the next 30 days for this cooperation, say, I mean, like in terms of enhancing the digital financial, the fintech landscape in both Malaysia and Indonesia. Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, both, I think both the Vice Chair, Ibu Nurhaida, as well as my Chairman, Datuk Syed Izzat Alba, have mentioned. So within the MOU, there are 4 areas to look at. So one is information sharing. Secondly is a joint strategic project. Thirdly is about referral. Right, I think so. If there are businesses, innovative business within Malaysia or Indonesia who wants to interested, then we could be the bridge that we can actually share information together. Right, and then lastly, we will share in terms of the trends and regulatory, and we'll hopefully help each other in terms of how we can look at how do we facilitate each other's innovation within the capital market space. And then I think hopefully this will actually allow both the fintech startup firms as well as the current existing financial institution, should there be interest to For example, Indonesian fintech startup who wants to know more about Malaysian regulations, what are the landscape? We could be the bridge. We could, refer you to the right authority, all ourselves, and then we can actually talk through some of the regulatory framework that will work within our space, and hopefully we can be that bridge to help facilitate innovation between both markets.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chin Wei Min. Sharing informations and joint projects. Thank you again for sharing your insight, Mr. Chin Wei Min. Our third speaker is going to be Mr. John Owen, who will share his insight on the global fintech policy and regulatory trends. Mr. Owen is a senior digital financial service and policy advisor consultant for ADB, for the Asian Development Bank, who assists OJK in developing the digital financial innovation roadmap. Mr. Owen graduated from the Notre Dame Law School, Indiana, 1987. He is a respected legal and financial service policy advisor with more than 30 years of experience in the field of inclusive financial services and more than 15 years of focus on innovative financial technology or fintech and broader digital financial service. Mr. Owen, the stage is yours. Perhaps you can unmute your speaker as well, Pak Owen. Yeah.
Selamat pagi. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'd like to thank the commissioners, all the staff from OJK, all the attendees who are here today, representatives in the Asian Development Bank and others. It is indeed an honor to be here with all of you today. I've been happy to very proud of been coming in and out of Indonesia for the last 8 years. In terms of, can we put on my presentation? There we go. Thank you. As mentioned, I've been very involved with helping OJK with the development of the 5-year strategy, and very impressed that OJK really took a look at what was happening around the world, as well as within Indonesia, to be able to basically learn best practices from around the world as they put their strategy together in the roadmap. Next slide. As mentioned from the Bank of International Settlements, authorities need to bring together the potential benefits of technology to fruition for the good of the economy and the financial system. On the other hand, policymakers must address risks that could merit public intervention. Next slide. So when we look at approaches, and OJK is one of them that also takes this into account, there basically are 3 global trends when it comes to fintech policy and regulation. First is directly regulating fintech activities. Second is the use of new technologies and the provision of financial services. And third, promoting or enabling digital financial services. Next slide. I think one of the most important developments that we have seen around the world, but also very particularly in the ASEAN region, has been the issuance of electronic money. As noted, you've seen a dramatic growth over the past few years, especially now over the period of the COVID crisis. So when we look at other countries, of course, Singapore has expanded e-money licensing under its Payment Services Act. Bank Negara Malaysia has also now issued more than 50 e-money licenses, and I had the honor of working through Bank Negara Malaysia for about 6 months. It was very good to see that e-payment space. And of course, I've also worked with the Banco Central na Filipinas, which was one of the first in the region to start with, back in 2004, basically through their regulatory sandbox, which was called the test and learn approach, the offering by non-banks of e-money services. And then it became officially licensed in 2009. And I remember going to Indonesia at that time when Indonesia was looking at e-money services. And of course, Indonesia followed the other countries in regulating e-money, but you've done tremendously well, particularly over the last couple of years, and I've been impressed with the uptake. So we've just seen how e-money and the ability to offer e-money services, particularly for payments, has expanded so rapidly across Indonesia. Next slide. Another area where we see a lot of development and regulating specific fintech activities has been in digital banking. Indonesia is also following this. We've seen several countries, particularly in ASEAN, Singapore, Malaysia, and the Philippines, of course, have all now begun to license digital banks. And this is something that Indonesia is looking at harnessing as well, the whole ability to move beyond just simple mobile banking, but full digital virtual bank licenses. Next slide. And then more importantly, I think for the whole banking sector and combining the ability of the banking sector to leverage the fintech sector, particularly in the payments industry, has been the role of open banking. So we've seen Singapore has come up, of course, with their API playbook in 2018. Malaysia is now launching their open banking policy. And the Philippines and Indonesia are right now heavily looking at the use of open banking. So I think this will be an important trend, and one where OJK will also play an important role along with Bank Indonesia over the next few years. And this is an important part of the roadmap strategy as well. Next slide. And of course, peer-to-peer lending, which really, initially began in the UK and then began to develop in the US, but then grew very quickly in China. And of course, China had several issues with it. Now I'd say that the biggest market for P2P lending is in Indonesia. So I can tell you all the eyes are really looking at Indonesia right now on the P2P market. And again, I've had the honor of also working and collaborating with API, which I think has done a great job in their developing their code of conduct. So we look at the different markets and different approaches. People regulate it in different ways. With Malaysia, of course, it's governed by the SC, the Securities Commission. And of course, in the Philippines, they're beginning to look at that as well. But I think the country where we've seen the most growth in P2P lending and the benefits of that are in Indonesia. Also, some of the challenges. There are challenges, and this is where the regulator needs and has been working very closely with the industry. So this is an important thing of what we oftentimes, when I speak with the regulators, it's not necessarily a partnership, but it's a public-private sector dialogue between the regulator and the industry to look at what can be done. And there really is an important role for the industry to play in terms of helping to coordinate some of the monitoring of the industry. So that's been really good to see. And of course, this is an important part of OJK's strategy as well in Indonesia. So again, the whole world is really watching you when it comes to what happens with the P2P industry. But it's very, very important to Indonesia, particularly the growth of this industry. So it's been very interesting to watch. Next slide. And of course, crypto assets. This has been a challenge, I think, for a lot of countries across the world, but also in ASEAN. And I know that now the rules are changing also in Indonesia. Of course, Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines being one of the first to actually legalize cryptocurrency exchanges, which are now regulated by the central bank. And we've seen this in Japan and other countries too. And there's lots of pluses and minuses here, lots of challenges on crypto assets and crypto exchanges. And I think this will be an ongoing challenge for regulators, but an important one, particularly as it comes to anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism. which unfortunately it is a part of the cryptocurrency or crypto markets. It has been, and it has been a challenge for regulators, but there are also many, many benefits as well. So this is where that balancing act becomes quite important. Next slide. Next slide. So when it comes to looking at regulating the use of enabling technologies, again, this is where we see examples now of open APIs and basically looking at, what are the qualifications, what needs to happen, API platforms. We know that Singapore and Malaysia have moved very quickly on this, and now the Philippines and Indonesia are moving quickly as well. Next slide. Another area is in distributed ledger technology, and this is different from cryptocurrencies, but it's based on the blockchain. We're beginning to see a lot of innovation, particularly as we look at cross-border, but also the ability to facilitate things like smart contracting, where supply chains can actually be facilitated through distributed ledger technology. So again, I know OJK is looking at this as well, and it will be an important thing, I think, over the next few years, particularly as we look at cross-border trade issues. Next slide. And I saw this in the comments and chat. EKYC, the ability to electronic know your customer rules, a key part of regulating the use of enabling technologies. In Singapore, we see the Smart National Digital Government Office really helping develop a national digital ID, and also in Malaysia, very important rules coming out in terms of implementing EKYC for the onboarding of individuals to the financial sector. Lots of innovation going on in Thailand as well. And there's a real opportunity in Indonesia, and it's really about getting all of those elements together to really continue to support EKYC. And of course, this is identified in the roadmap as an important next step. Philippines market I've worked a lot in is really still struggling with their national ID system, but one that they are working on, and they see the role of EKYC. Next slide. And then cloud computing is another area of regulating use of enabling technologies. Singapore, I think, has done a lot in terms of looking at cloud computing and the whole rules on outsourcing, using technologies like the cloud computing. We've seen examples in the Philippines where even very small financial institutions, rural banks, have benefited from the ability to make use of cloud computing to really empower even small financial institutions. So it can be a very powerful tool for all types of institutions. And for a long time, I think cloud computing was restricted, or it was little understood. Another area that I think going forward is going to be really key is the use of artificial intelligence and algorithms. And this is very important when we begin to see a technology being used to determine who could get credit, how people are being identified for all types of financial services. When I look around the world, there's a lot of discussion and debate on this issue. I think MAS has come up with, in Singapore, very sound principles to promote what they call their fairness, ethics, accountability, and transparency, and the use of our artificial intelligence and data analytics. This is one of the most extensive, not only in the region, but in the world. And countries like Malaysia are also providing more guidance on this. I think this, along with data privacy, will become some of the more important issues as we move over the the next few years in terms of the uses of data and particularly reliance on computer programming and algorithms to be able to make determinations for lots of different types of financial services. Next slide. And again, enabling fintech policies, having a national digital ID that can be open. We've seen India was a perfect example, creating their India stack where people can access the national ID and really use it for, more importantly, the basically remote account opening, where you don't need to be face-to-face for opening up particularly basic accounts. The uses of digital signatures, again, these are areas where Indonesia is also investing heavily in OJK in particular. So this will be one of the key areas, particularly in the post-COVID environment where there really is the need to facilitate remote account opening and remote transactions, being able to identify who it is that's making use of financial services. Next slide. Data sharing, privacy and protection all over the world. When I meet with regulators, this has become a very, very important issue. We've seen the Personal Data Protection Act of 2012 in Singapore. We've also seen the Data Sharing and Data Privacy Act in Philippines. And this one is very interesting because the Data Privacy Commission in the Philippines has actively made use of that law, particularly to enforce violations, even for some of the fintech lenders. The mobile app lenders would be similar to the P2P lenders that have violated some of the data privacy rules in terms of how information is used, particularly when it comes to collection practices in countries like the Philippines. Again, these are all good examples. We know that Indonesia is currently working on data sharing rules and regulations and new law. And I think this will be an important part where Indonesia and OJK will need to be able to collaborate closely with the Parliament to really make a good determination of how these rules should be applied in the financial services industry. So I think particularly this is my recommendation and something I've seen around the world. This is where that public-private dialogue in terms of data sharing and privacy really are important for the whole financial services industry moving forward. So this will be an important part, I'm sure, of the roadmap on the next couple of years. Next. And then, we've seen all over Asia, regulators used to be more gatekeepers. We saw the kind of more of a rules-based approach, and now that shift that we're seeing in Indonesia, that rebalancing, as mentioned earlier, to one that's more principle-based, but not only being principle-based, but being an active accelerator and supporting innovation, being an innovation hub, which OJK Infinity is. Then the importance of regulatory sandboxes all across the region to be able to give that safe space for not only banks, but non-banks, all the fintechs to be able to come together and test in a more flexible environment. And this is something that we see OJK doing, and my hat is off to OJK even during this COVID situation. The ability to access that innovation hub remotely or virtually, they open up a virtual desk, I understand, and that's really an important development to keep that going even in the COVID situation. Next slide. So when we look at the action plan, the strategy challenges, there are a lot of challenges, I think, that are very particular in Indonesia. We have new competition, not only with incumbent banks, but we have some big tech players, a few that have come in, and we've seen this in a lot of markets, China as well, where you have very large companies that really challenge the banking sector and making sure that there's a sort of a level playing field between these new players and the banks, and keeping that balancing act will be one of the challenges, but also one of the opportunities to really grow the sector. So these new fintechs are both a challenge but an opportunity. And again, the challenges relating to existing financial infrastructure, I think the first speaker mentioned this, when you've got low financial inclusion and infrastructure challenges in those markets, I've seen some of the fastest growth where innovation comes in. So we look at QR codes and the payments industry. It's amazing to see how we've leapfrogged over a lot of physical infrastructure, POS, point of sale systems, card-based systems, when people can go digital. Next slide. And then the vision, I think this has already been discussed, the vision of the digital financial innovation in Indonesia is very comprehensive and really looks at both the foundational and ways of scaling up, working on all the key areas, including the ability to support talent and skilled personnel within the fintech industry, and taking advantage of the fintech industry, even for RegTech, regulatory technologies, and supervisory technologies, so RegTech, SubTech. Next slide. So the key initiatives, again, consumer protection in the digital age, very important. It's not the same as in regular financial efforts. In the digital age, we have new challenges. And I think this is an important part. The data privacy, we discussed this already, the RegTech, SubTech. My hat's off to, I think, I've seen OJK playing a very important role in terms of collaborating with others, both on the Innovation Hub, working with the industry like API, and then in ASEAN, and then working globally, their plan to join the Global Financial Innovation Network as well. Next slide. And then lastly, really focusing on safety and soundness practices, particularly around the areas of cybersecurity, fraud prevention, risk management, supporting the fintech investment climate, as well as providing training and capacity. And this whole area of digital ID, eKYC, and open banking will be critical. And lastly, overall, next slide. They're working on this, reviewing guidance for, critical essential employees, looking at IT infrastructure, what needs to be in place to ensure that people can access services even in remote areas. Again, agents can play a role here as well. Again, the third-party service providers are taking adequate measures as well, so you're as strong as your weakest link. And then remaining vigilant on cybersecurity, identity, protecting vulnerable systems, and detecting cyber attacks will be increasingly important in the post-COVID era. Next slide. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comprehensive presentation, Mr. Owen. Last but not least, we have with us now Mr. Karania Dharma Saputra, who is the Secretary General of Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia, or AFTEC. Besides Secretary General of AFTEC, Mr. Karania is also the CEO of OVO and CEO founder of Bareksa.com. Previously, he was an advisor for the Jakarta Post, as well as the President Director of Liputan6.com and Digital Director of Kompas TV. Mr. Karania will talk about the role of fintech in Indonesian economic recovery and providing some case study and recommendations. Mas Karania, the floor is yours. Please unmute your sound, Pak.
Oh yeah, sorry. Hello, Pak Iksan. Long time no see. Kepada yang terhormat Ibu Nurhaida, Pak Batunanggar, Pak Triyono, Bapak Ibu sekalian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang menjelang siang. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. To me, I was asked to present how the roles of the fintech companies during the pandemic. And in my view, this is, I think, a very important litmus test for the, the newly growing fintech industry in Indonesia. And then I will be showing you several figures and numbers. And let's see what are the roles that fintech companies in several sectors have been taking in, anticipating what many economists call as a new normal. But before we go go through the slides, I just want to express my on behalf of all the AFTEC members our gratitude and appreciation to Bu Nurhaida, to Batunanggar, to Pak Triyono, and all the OJK leaderships. I think we do believe that what we are seeing right now, that the fintech industry is thriving really flowery, and now we can see playing a very significant roles in our new economy. I think this is genuinely, we believe this is a direct result of the vision and the progressive policies implemented by OJK since, I think, 4 to 5 years ago. So let me tell you a short story before we go through my deck. I think back in 2005, 2015, I think that was the first time I met Bu Nurhaida. Now she's the vice chairman of OJK. At that time, Bu Nurhaida was one of the commissioners of OJK, overseeing our capital market. So at that time, now we have Mr. Wei Min here in the room. So I recall at that time, Mr. Wei Min, capital market in Indonesia was very shallow, so the penetration is really low. I believe at that time, only 0.1% in terms of the ratio of the population, and it's really low even compared to the Thailand. Not to mention Malaysia. I think at that time, correct me if I'm wrong, Malaysia at that time, the penetration of the capital market has reached, I think, more than 50%. And Thailand at that time, even though the capital market size is about the same like Indonesia, Thailand at that time was about 20%. And Indonesia was struggling, and the number of the investors was stuck like maybe 250,000, right? And at the time, I always remember this, what Bu Nurhaida said to me and encouraged all the fintech players, that at that time Bu Nurhaida said that we need to employ, we need to innovate, we need to exploit the power of the digital technology, the financial technology, to overcome this long problem faced by Indonesian capital market. And then what is happening right now, we are seeing that now we are moving the needles. Yes, that we are still at the very early beginning, but we can see that the retail market of the Indonesian capital market is growing very rapidly and very significantly. Now, in terms of the number of the investors in the mutual funds industry alone, now the number has been jumping from 2015, from like I said, 250,000. Now has been jumping to almost 2.5 million. So I think again, I think this is a result, not only a result of the innovation, brought by industry, but I think this is highly correlated with the progressive approach and the very Pak Batunanggar has repeatedly mentioned that OJK is always open to innovation. Pak, I think we in the industry really appreciate, and I think that is the key, right, to further unlock the potential of our fintech industry in Indonesia. So this is my first figures that I want to share to you. Yeah, how the fintech industry in Indonesia is playing, I think, more and more important roles in helping Indonesia society and also economy to survive and hopefully to grow during the new normal. So the first statistic is coming from the e-money industry. So this is really interesting. So after we implemented what we call it as the PSBB, or I think the semi-lockdown in Jakarta and many major cities, we saw a spike of the adoption of the e-money, right? I think there was maybe a bit panic buying, and then it going down a bit in May and June. But I think if you see the figure of May and June was still much higher compared to the pre-COVID period. And on the other hand, this is really interesting as well. So the number of the transaction, right, using ATM, a debit card is declining. So I think this figure again showing, I think, very strongly that e-money players in Indonesia need to play more and more important roles in what we call it as a new normal economy. Next slide, please. So this is also very interesting, right? So this figure is relating on the lending sector. I think this figure is rather surprising, really surprising, yeah, to many of the fintech players, because I think the lending disbursed is keep growing even during the pandemic. I think if we try to dig deeper, what is the possible driver for this growth even during the pandemic? This needs further investigation, of course, but I do believe, yeah, from several anecdotal cases, also I've seen in OVO ecosystem, we have also one P2P lending company. I think this growth is correlating to the growth of the e-commerce transaction and volume. So the e-commerce transaction is growing during the pandemic. So I think not only in OVO, yeah, I believe GoPay, Dana, Link Aja, and other e-money friends also experiencing a similar pattern. So we are seeing that in OVO, we are seeing that the transaction coming from the e-commerce transaction during the pandemic, yeah, I think grew around 110 to 120%. So as the transaction of the online merchant is growing, and then the online merchants, of course, needs several financing assistance, and then that's why the P2P lending companies playing this kind of roles. So I think this is really important to discuss further. Yeah? Okay, next slide, please. Now, and not even in the e-commerce, e-money, and P2P lending, the very interesting and significant growth is also happening in the online investment. So I'm also the founder of this a small company, focusing in the capital market called Bareksa. Bareksa is part of OVO. So at the time when the pandemic hit Indonesia, so the first I have in mind, I think Bareksa and maybe other investment platform would be in really, serious trouble, right? Because at that time we thought the capital market collapse, right? Our economy is collapsing. Who is going to invest, right? But fortunately, the trend is reversed. So we are seeing that the growth of the online investment in Indonesia is in reverse, growing very significantly. Maybe this is like a similar pattern that we are seeing in China. So in mutual funds, if we compare the figure from October to June 2020, right? So the AUM of the industry, of the mutual fund industry, is still decreasing almost 13%, but the AUM of Bareksa is growing 31%. So I think this is really important and very strategic, not only for the fintech industry, but also I think for our economy and capital market. And this pattern is also replicating on the online retail government bonds market. So I think a month ago, Indonesia Minister of Finance has issued what we call it as ORI 17, right? This is a tradable retail government bonds. And what happened? The similar pattern also occurred. So the national sales of the ORI 17 jumped almost 3 times higher compared to the ORI 16. This is during pandemic. And in Bareksa, even the growth is much higher. So what I'm trying to say, I think this pattern is also we can see in other investment platform like Bibit, Tanam Duit, and many other online investment platform that now we are seeing in the market. So I think we do believe that this is really important because I think OJK has long vision, and also the Indonesian government, that we need to grow our retail investment market. Because of what? Because this retail investment market will be very beneficial in the future on two areas. First, we all know that, I think Mas Iksan has a better understanding than me, but we all know that, pre-COVID, Indonesia has exhausted all the possible financing resources, right? We still have large national financing gap. And then we understand that we need to grow our retail market, and then if our retail market is growing in the investment, and then this would be a future potential to close our financing gap nationally. And secondly, we do also understand that once we grow our retail capital market, we will have a more stable capital market and a more stable economy. So I think this is one of the areas that I think really interesting and really important that economists, OJK, BI, Indonesian government, and also the industry need to discuss further. Next slide, please. And I think this is also very historic. OVO, GoPay, Dana, Link Aja, and some big tech company has been helping Indonesian government to build the first ever digital platform, right, owned by government to disburse social fund. And then, of course, beside all the criticism, but I just want to argue that please remember that Prakerja is only a 6-month startup, right? As a digital founders, as a digital leaders, we all know that, when we build a startup, a platform, and the age is only 6 months, of course, there are many things that we need to iterate and then we need to refine. But next slide, please. But these are the 3 points that I want to bring to your attention. Why Prakerja platform, right? Again, let's put aside all the criticism. Several are valid, maybe several are not valid. But I think there are 2 reasons that the Prakerja, I think, is really important breakthrough of the Indonesian government, especially in the area of how now we as a country, now we have a centralized digital platform, right, to refine the way we disperse our social funds to the poor and to the disadvantages. First, again, I think before this COVID, Indonesia doesn't have any single national centralized platform to disperse the social fund. And the second and third argument, I think if we examine all the social funds distribution before the pandemic, so all the schemes that we have been deploying always been haunted by the intermediary problems, right? So the registration is fake, the registration was false, and the fund transfer is not going directly to the eligible participants, and so forth and so forth. But with this kind of the centralized digital platform, right, and this is being held on pro bono basis by several big tech companies, I think now Indonesia has this. I think this platform, is we keep refining, I think this would be a very important role in the future in how we can target better and better in dispersing our funds. Next slide, please. So this is our last slide. So let me focus on one and two, first and second recommendation. First, I think, again, appreciation to OJK, to BI, and Indonesian government, right, to adopt a progressive vision and to adopt, to implement progressive regulatory framework. And I think we need more, right? As I think, Mr. Owen just mentioned previously that there are several areas that have not been covered by our regulation. For instance, the growth of our fintech industry is really needing the adoption of cloud technology. And secondly, I would argue that I think government should immediately shift the regulatory framework from the rule-based to the principle-based. We do understand that, you know, the technology is growing very rapidly and very complicatedly, and I think it's always the best for the regulator to focus on the principle rather on the rules. I'm afraid that if we are not shifting rapidly to the principle regulatory framework, I think our regulatory framework could potentially create several impediments to the how we could adopt innovations in the fintech industry in the timely manner to catch up other economies. And secondly, I think we are also aware that this country still has a very serious problem in terms of infrastructure gap and digital divide. So as I mentioned earlier, now we have a national digital centralized platform, right? But the problem is, if we want to optimize this platform, if we want to exploit the fintech, the digital technology to help our poor, I think this digital divide and the infrastructure gap have to be addressed very soon. If not, I think as now our real world experience in helping prakerja, so the target would be very limited only on maybe on the middle low, not on the prakerja platform on all the digital and fintech platform now is not able to reach the very low of our society. So I think let me end my presentation here, and thank you very much for giving Aftek and for this opportunity, Pak Iksan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Karania. Thank you very much. I mean, like, very insightful and interesting presentation. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm also actually surprised when seeing the figure that actually for example, like the P2P lending increased by almost like $500 million US, yeah, with the B. So during this pandemic COVID, and as well as the PTP lending growing by the amount by 7.6 billion during this pandemic alone. So it's very surprising, and apparently, I mean, like it's very clear that the fintech or the digital finance sector is one of the sectors actually benefiting from this social distancing or physical distancing happened during the pandemics of COVID-19. But again, we are entering the third sessions of these discussions, which is basically going to be, I'm going to taking like some questions from the floor, yeah. I'm going to read up some questions, and I'm going to take turn from the panelists one by one. From Batu Nanggar to answer, and they take about the questions. Yeah, the first questions I'm going to take from the Cindy from Kata Data Co ID. Cindy basically asking, what about the digital financing roadmap, which is what's going to be the difference between this digital financing roadmap to the previous regulations or roadmap that the OJK have. And Cindy also asking about the 15 clusters. Is there any roadmap or action plan for each of these clusters? So the other one, which is going to be quite interesting, and this is actually related to Pak Owen as well, yeah? The PTP lending. I mean, like Indonesia is basically currently the role model, not only in Asia, but also in the world. The world is actually looking on the practice and as well the implementations of regulatory framework within the PTP lending in Indonesia, which is growing. I mean, like we say from Mas Karania data, which is grow tremendously during the past couple of months. So Pak Owen, mungkin you can elaborate more on this, and what's going to be the difference between the Indonesian experience and the China experience, particularly, yeah? How the regulator working closely with the industries, private sector, in the industry dialogue. The third questions, I think this is quite interesting, and there are many from audience, which is actually asked about this, is about the infrastructure part. This is, I think, the questions that is mentioned in Pak Karania as well as Pak Owen presentation as well, that is stressing the importance of the availability of infrastructure. So because we know and we realize that there are still many parts in Indonesia, for example, is not coverage with the network, with the telecommunication network. So it's what's going to be your suggestions for Pak Owens, and Pak Karania, but from Pak Nanggar, I mean, perhaps you can illustrate or exemplify what has been OJK doing in terms of accelerate this availability of network within the Indonesia. The third one, which is actually quite interesting as well, this is more technical, but is about the cloud computing. The cloud computing, how the financial institutions archive and storage document, when it's going to be, adapted and regulate or supervised by the OJK with regard of the cloud computing. The question similarly is going to be about the privacy and protections. And I think that's it. If we have time, Bapak-Bapak nanti can answer in turn as well. So I give like the floor now to, we have until 12:15, yeah? So perhaps you can spend like about 5 minutes each for these questions. Thank you. Pak Batu Nanggar.
Thank you, Pak Isan. Thank you, Pak Karania, and also Mr. Chin Wei Min for a very comprehensive and also interesting presentation and discussion. Let me start with our vision and strategy. I think our vision for financial sector, as I already mentioned, is based on three strategic objectives. First, we like to create a stable and resilient financial system, including fintech. Second, more sort of contribution to our economy, not only providing funding, but also to empower people, to empower our entrepreneurs. And third one is sort of more inclusive. So I think that's the vision. That's why we are open to innovation. So I think technology is only an enabler. So the most important thing is, the transformation. There's a, transformation from the old business model to the new business model, not only for the fintech, but also most importantly, I think for the financial industry, the incumbent, especially the bank, because I think our financial system still now is dominated by large bank. And so thanks to COVID, thanks to the technology disruption, now I think our banking sector, industry, especially the leading bank, not only the leading bank, I think so mid-sized bank, even the small bank now go to this journey of transformation. That's I think a good news. That's the change. So I think the change is already happening now, not only in terms of strategy and framework, but also in the industry. It is already changing. With this competition, with this disruption, also we see a good kind of sign of collaboration between bank and also fintech, between fintech and also our rural banks, and also with our cooperatives. So to answer, for instance, question regarding a problem in the infrastructure. So how are we gonna do that? So we are from OJK, try to connect, try to sort of, how we can facilitate innovation and also collaboration between bank, the especially large bank, with the fintech industry, and then from bank as a source of financing, they distribute, providing borrowing or loan to the fintech, and fintech industry on the next level or second round will cooperate with some of good cooperatives, right? And this cooperative do sort of offline. So we are combining online, digital, and also offline. It's kind of a good model. And we do the research within the OJK Institute and also our Digital Finance Innovation Group to do sort of more of develop further this collaborative model. And this year we have also one research, or one what we call it workshop. So how we can connect commercial banks, rural banks, and also fintech, and also other, community agent. We call it community agent because the community agent have, sort of own small help groups within our community, which is still on the remote area. And to answer one of question from the participant, let me clarify what I mean, how we can compare regulation to the banking or non-bank financial institution, which is more sort of prudential based. Why is prudential based? Because they are sort of risk-taking institution, right? Because bank is a financial intermediary, like non-bank financial institution, like for instance, perusahaan pembiayaan, financing company. They manage risk. That's why we have to regulate them in a prudential manner. There is sort of international standard. We have OJK regulation that should comply with. But in addition to that, there are also set of sort of good market conduct, self-regulation, if you wish, right? But for the fintech industry, we can do the same because their business model is different, their scale is different, and their operation is much different because they are just a platform. That's why, in addition sort of to the compliance-based regulation, we are adopting what we call it more sort of principle-based, because there are a lot of business model there. Currently, there are 18 or 16 already recorded within OJK. I think in the next few years, we will look more and more business model. So it is impossible to make a sort of specific regulation for each type of cluster or business model, right? So we have to sort of cluster them in a similar sort of nature. And what business model that need more sort of higher regulation, where we call it multiple or tier-based regulation. For some business model, fintech business model, like aggregator, for instance, probably they need sort of just a principle-based regulation on how aggregator can, offer product and services to the financial industry customer in a orderly and in a organized manner. But for the type of business which is include financing. For instance, they are taking money from investor and then sort of, providing and then borrowing to the borrower or entrepreneurs. So the regulation will be different, right? So that's sort of how we regulate fintech. That's what we call it, sort of activity-based regulation. We regulate and we license the activity based on its type of on nature and then the impact. So the first criteria, I think, what is the impact of this business model to our economy, and also the in sense of risk, how much risk is involved in this business model, both to the customer, I mean to the investor, and also to the borrowers, and how much risk is to do our financial system, right? This is the first criteria. Second criteria is very important: how we can more drive innovation for such as a business model or innovators that will enhance or accelerate financial inclusion. So we will give more sort of open space, a bigger space for this innovation to grow up, right? To be grow up and mature, right? Because this is very important, not only to our economy, but also for our society, right? This inclusion. The third one, of course, now customer behavior now changing. It's changing very much, especially during the COVID-19. I think most of us, not only millennial, but also millennial. What is millennial? Senior millennial. Now, we are not going anymore to the bank branch or going to even to the automatic teller machine. We're just using our gadget, right? In terms of how we do transaction, transfer money, or even to booking our ticket and everything. So that's why we need also to enhance value to the customer, to enhance the customer experience. That's very important. And
Pak
also,
Batu Nanggar,
Pak
sorry
Ihsan,
Pak.
I think one more thing is very important regarding the customer protection. I think a lot of questions also raised from the participant. The most important thing is customer education. We cannot just regulate. We cannot just, we have Satgas Waspada Investasi, right? This is to do the legal enforcement for the, for instance, the violate fintech, the illegal fintech, for instance. Yes, of course,
I would like to ask you, Pak, actually, based on your answer, ya, Pak. You mentioned about the collaborations between B2B, and G2B, right? In terms about how the governments cooperate with the business to enhance the infrastructures. But somehow I got the impressions the problem with the infrastructures for the digital financial sectors in Indonesia is also related not only to B2B, but also G2G, Pak. Not only government to business, but it's also actually a problem of collaborations and cooperations, Pak. Not only within the government.
Very big question, Pak Ihsan.
Can you please elaborate on that? The second one, Pak. Sorry, Pak. The second one is, the point raised by Mas Karania. Basically, with the booming, and in order to sustain this booming of fintech during the pandemic, what basically the government will do, or the OJK in this case, to facilitate more investment in the sector, Pak? Perhaps you can elaborate. Right. Perhaps OJK can issue a more relaxed regulation on foreign investors on the fintech, or anything, something like that, Pak.
Okay. So thanks again for this very important and big question. I think we need also contribution to all of the panelists and also participants. I think, first of all, Pak, I think on the national level, right, we need sort of a comprehensive, holistic, and forward-looking, strategic plan, right? The kind of roadmap. That's sort of kind of vision and also mission and also the roadmap ahead. That's, I think, one very important on how we can synergize and integrate all of efforts from the financial sector, from the public sector, from industrial sector, to sort of the academic education, and so on. Public and private. I think that's very important. Second, of course, I think without, waiting for that kind of very holistic and comprehensive plan, of course, all of us need to be more sort of taking proactive role. How we can do, at least on our institutional level, and then try to collaborate on a bilateral level. So, for instance, we have also a kind of good collaboration with our college, with Bank Indonesia, and of course, with Ministry of Finance, in Deposit Insurance Company. We have this through this what we call it Komite Stabilitas Sistem Keuangan, right? But of course, this is kind of this from the financial sector, from the government. Of course, we need also sort of this collaboration.
Okay, thank you, Pak Batunanggar.
Yes. Thank you, Pak.
Mr. Chin Wei Min, perhaps you have any takes on any of the questions, or perhaps you can share like the Malaysian experience on all of this like problem that shares here from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you for this. Again, I think many of the conversation, I think the discussion have just now are very similar experience here in Malaysia. Right? Through the pandemic period, we also see a strong uptick within the whole peer-to-peer equity crowdfunding. In fact, I think as our chairman's speech mentioned, our equity crowdfunding and fundraise total is the first 6 months is actually exceeded or 170% of the total of 2019. So we do see a strong uptick. But with regards to the regulations and all, I think our approach has always been one of proportionate and facilitative. We encourage our industry participants to come to us and say, we have this industry problem, and we typically will look at it and say, how can we adapt, and then what are the underlying impact to the economy. So from that standpoint, I think you guys would have seen just now that we have quite a vibrant growth in for example, crypto assets or digital asset in our parlance. This is where I think in January 2019, where we put in the prescription order to include the digital asset as part of the securities definition. So from that standpoint, we have then gone on to engage the industry and say, these are the things we want to do. Right? So we say you have created a secondary market, so there has a digital asset exchange. And this year we're looking at how do we come out with an alternative fundraising method, which is where I think early part of this year we have published the digital asset guidelines that will actually allow the industry to fundraise in a different means and different alternatives. Our approach has always been engaging the industry, and where possible, we will see benefits and impact, especially to the micro and SME sector. We will try to facilitate that, and through engagement industry consultation. And then where it is more direct, straightforward, we could look at the guidelines, but a lot of times, in an example, in the digital asset, there will be requiring the legislative change. That will take a bit longer, but I think very similar approach as how OJK has done.
Pak John Owen, Mr. John Owen, perhaps you have any comments on any of the questions from the audience? Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, there were a lot. Excellent question. I think I don't want to comment specifically on the things that OJK will, leave it up to OJK to respond on their prioritization. But from my perspective, I think this whole discussion of having, as we've seen in Malaysia, that public-private dialogue and where it makes sense that public-private partnerships to solve some of these problems. Malaysia is a good example of keeping that openness. I'm seeing that increasingly more so in Indonesia. I think OJK sees itself, particularly OJK Infinity, as being that kind of hub where you're able to also not just coordinate with the private sector, but you're right, there's lots of government agencies that need to be met with, and there needs to be an agreement and collaboration across regulatory bodies, particularly Bank Indonesia and OJK, but also the telecommunications regulator and others. Very, very important. This whole thing, I saw questions about USSD access to mobile technologies, fair access, particularly as you have mobile network operators who may be actually offering financial services that may be competing with the banks and making sure that there is fair access, particularly not everybody has a smartphone. I think in terms of the infrastructure issues, there are certain approaches. Malaysia is a good example as well of this, where they open up agent banking, just as you've done in Indonesia. So maybe where somebody doesn't have a mobile phone, they can make use of a third party like an agent to help agent-assisted financial services. So I think those are important. Now, the other question was on P2P lending, as you ask. Where will Indonesia be in relation to what happened in China? I think the one nice thing is that I have personally seen, and I've worked with the industry, not just with OJK, but I've also seen from AFTEC, and particularly APPI, the importance that they see of, as we would say in English, protecting the goose that lays the golden egg. This is providing tremendous benefits. The growth has been tremendous. All over the world, we're seeing e-commerce. I know in many countries, in 8 weeks, we've seen more growth than we've seen in 10 years. In a number of countries, particularly in the e-commerce and electronic payments. And the same thing we're beginning, people are beginning to see that the world is becoming increasingly more virtual. P2P lending will continue to play and can play an important role, but it has to be protected. There are things that need to be done. There are some illegal operators. Probably discussions with Google need to happen. Greater transparency on interest rates, ways to standardize that information to the public, and then looking at ways to make sure that education of the public is in place. We see people using technology to provide financial literacy as well. And this is a role not just for the regulator and the government, but also, more importantly, the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak John Owen. Finally, we have Mas Karani. Mas Karani, I would like you to particularly answer these questions. This is basically a question from Kompas Daily newspaper, Judith. We just basically ask about the comments about the digital. Is there any comments or from the AFTEC to the digital financial roadmap by the OJK that just been launched by the OJK? What is the AFTEC point of view about this roadmap and action plan? And will it strengthen the Indonesian fintech industry to help national economic recovery? And how will it be? How the mechanism this digital roadmap can strengthen the Indonesian national economic recovery. The other thing, perhaps, Pak, which is interesting from the audience, is also about your last point about how the fintech industry, particularly the P2P, is actually blooming to support the need for working capital from the marketplace in digital e-commerce. And your questions about but we need more investments to actually come to the sectors. Perhaps you can elaborate more on how the government can support, or OJK particularly, on creating this good investment environment for the fintech sector. Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, thank you. First, I think on the OJK innovation roadmap, I think now, I think we need to appreciate a very open system implemented by OJK, and OJK always involve AFTEC Indonesia as a partner. And now we've been preparing several working groups, Pak Ihsan, to work very closely with OJK, and then to help our 370 members to understand and to follow the roadmap, the roadmap that has been defined by OJK. And on your second question, I think this is really important. We do understand that, as I think Mr. Owen just mentioned, that we are seeing a tremendous appetite coming from the global investors, right? Seeing that the potential of the fintech and the digital businesses in Indonesia, especially in Indonesia, we are still at the very early stage, right? So I think there is huge potential that can be unlocked in the future. So what I'm trying to say, I think this is reality. So the FDI on the technology sector, I think, could be the next important driver for our desperate needs, right, nationally, to drive foreign direct investment to Indonesia. And unfortunately, I think, of course, we are also always trying to, to attract the domestic investors. But to be honest, I think the appetite and the readiness and the resources is not as big as we are seeing coming from abroad. So I think what we would recommend, right? Indonesia fintech businesses, Indonesia digital companies needs funding, right, to grow further, to catch up with what we are seeing with our other companies in China, in India, and other countries. So we need funding, and I think. But on the other hand, we do also understand that, especially in the fintech areas, fintech is a national asset, because this is addressing and serving the financial sectors of Indonesia. So any fintech company in Indonesia should be acting on behalf of the national interest. So what we would recommend, maybe we need to find a balance, right? We need FDI, the appetite is there, right? And I do believe that if OJK and DI and Indonesian government keeps maintaining the progressive approach and vision, I think the appetite will be seeing more and more coming to this country. But on the other hand, I think the needs to attract the FDI, right, to grow further our fintech and digital companies should be balanced. That the control, especially of the fintech company, should be on the Indonesia side, right? So I think there are several legal structure that we can learn from other countries, how we could balance between these two factors. And lastly, let me make this very quickly, because this is really important. So I think a very important question regarding the infrastructure, right? So we understand from many scholarly articles, from many researchers that digital divide could be worsening our economic gap, right? So this is worrying me. So on the other hand, we do understand, so the proof is there, the numbers is there, that the role of the digital technology company and the role of the fintech companies are pivotal, right? For our economy to survive and to grow during the new normal. But again, the problem, so if we see all the statistics of all Indonesian tech companies, we do understand that the penetration of our internet, the access of our internet, is still highly limited to Java. And also not only Java, but Jabodetabek. So I think this is really serious problem that we need to address. And please understand that this is not OJK's area. So what I'm trying to say, OJK cannot move alone, right? OJK, I do believe that OJK is one of the most progressive government agency in the country in terms of the digital innovation adoption. But OJK has to be supported by other government agencies as well, especially to address this imminent danger of the gap of our infrastructure and the largening digital divide. So I think that's it. Hopefully answer your question, Pak Iksan.
Thanks, Pak Karanya. Luar biasa. Finally, because we have a very limited time, and actually we're already out of more than 5 minutes for the discussions, but finally, we've come to the conclusions of our first webinar series. With that, I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers for their expert and insightful sharing on today's topic. And I'll also thank you for all of our audience, which have been enthusiastic participants throughout the discussions. Let us do perhaps a virtual applause for all of us. Okay, thank you. Finally,
Thank
I
you,
would like to
Pak
hand it
Isan.
down to
Thank
the
you,
MC.
Pak Karania.
Thank
Pak
you.
John Owens,
Thank
and
you,
also
Pak Batunaga.
Mr. Chin Wei Min.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Take care. Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally, I would like to hand it down to the MC. Again, thank you for your all attention and see you in the next sessions of the event. Ms. Tara.
Thank you to the moderator and all the speakers for a very insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of first session of this event. Before we join to the breakout room, please let me remind you that we still have our second webinar session in the topic of digital financial literacy at 1 p.m. Jakarta or 2 p.m. Kuala Lumpur time. So please don't go anywhere.
Okay. Check sound. Check sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce myself. My name is Kartika, and I will be the master of ceremony for the second session. We are opening today's second session with the keynote speech by the member of the Board Commissioners in charge of Consumer Education and Protection, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Tirta Segara.
Thank you, Kartika. Thank you for this opportunity to me. I would like to greet Ibu Nurhaida, the Vice Chairman of the Board of Commissioner of Indonesia Financial Services Agency, or OJK, esteemed official of OJK, or Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, honorable officials of Asian Development Bank, ADB, chairman of Fintech associations, representatives of government agencies and also financial services industry, distinguished panelists and moderators, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to all of us. It is really a great honor for me to be given this opportunity to deliver some notes for discussions on this second session of our webinar on Virtual Innovation Day 2020. Indeed, it is also a special privilege for Indonesia Financial Services Agency or Services Authority, or OJK, to co-host such an important seminar. And I'm pleased to welcome you all in this session. At this opportunity, allow me to express my appreciation to the Asian Development Bank, ADB, who has provided continued support and has been an excellent development partner of the OJK. My appreciation also goes to the Indonesia Fintech Association, or AFTEC, who has helped make this event become one of the important milestones for the development of fintech industry in Indonesia. I would also like to welcome all participants for joining this event. I believe this joint effort webinar is important, pivotal to raise the national awareness on the importance of digital financial literacy, especially during the COVID-19 situation. The COVID-19 pandemic is actually a health crisis that profound negative consequences on our economy and societies, as well as the financial sector, including personal finance, of course. This epidemic has forced us to reduce economic activities and change our life with better habits. In fact, it has been more than 6 months now that we have to live side by side with such a threatening virus, actually. Despite many negative consequences, there is also a positive lesson learned from this situation, which is the importance of financial literacy, especially the digital one. Ladies and gentlemen, as broadcasted by the CNBC a couple of months ago, the SEC chairman, Mr. Jay Clayton, claimed that one of the most important things the SEC does during the pandemic is to promote financial literacy and investor education. He noted that the financial education and participation in the financial industry, or I will say financial access, are distributed much more narrowly than they should be. And that is putting certain communities at a distinct disadvantage. He said, Americans need financial literacy now more than ever. Most of Americans doesn't save for an adequate retirement. They don't realize the compounding concept where starting investing for retirement 30 years before retirement date may have 4 times money, or is 4 times as good as investing in 15 years before the retirement date. So start your investment for retirement today then. In addition, evidence from the OECD shows that more than 1 over 3 individuals are financially insecure. They are not poor, but based on conventional income threshold, they are not poor based on conventional income threshold, but they don't have enough financial assets to keep their family above the poverty line. And for more than 3 months, in the case of an interruption of the income. In this regard, the rapid development of digital technologies also become a new challenge for certain communities. As we are all witnessed, digitalization has enabled financial markets become more sophisticated. Even simple products such as saving accounts are now offered in a variety of forms for retail customers with different characteristics. These digital revolutions, as well as the interdependence and globalization of financial systems, has caused financial decisions even more important. And these may have undesirable consequences, not only on individuals and households' future financial well-being, but also on the long-term stability of our financial system. At this opportunity, allow me to highlight 2 issues regarding the enhancement of digital financial literacy. First, it is very important to educate financial consumers in order to heighten their awareness and also deepen and also broaden their knowledge so as to enable them expand their usage on innovative financial products and services properly. Secondly, we also perceive the importance of the using new digital financial literacy tools to enhance customers' financial health. This is crucial given that such tools will help them to make more informed decisions about how to access or utilize new products and services responsibly. As we are aware, there are many financial products or apps offering benefits but not telling us about the risk. So this is a new challenge for certain communities. Ladies and gentlemen, our data as of January this year actually show that we are now entering the digital era. More than 175 million of Indonesian people, or around 64% of the populations, are actively using the internet, which is higher than the global average of 59%. Secondly, about 160 million people, or around 59% of the populations, are actively using the social media. And one more, and it may be surprising that in this country, with only around 275 million of population, there are almost 340 million registered mobile numbers, or around 124% of the total population. So the number of population is only 272 something millions, but the registered active phone is almost 340 millions. In fact, I also have 2 registered numbers, but this is because of my previous job as a spokesperson in Bank Indonesia. And I was given a new number because at the time, majority of people using BlackBerry for communications. So I have 2 numbers, and I still keep it. The above mentioned statistics implies that gadgets owned by majority of population that can be easily used to access digital financial products, as well as the digital financial product itself, become a promising tools to promote financial inclusion. It offers the opportunity to extend the potential reach of the financial services, benefiting previously unbanked population, and offering digital alternatives to encourage customers to exit from the informal sectors. In addition, it brings more conveniences, faster, cheaper, and more secure, and also timely transactions. Digital financial products also provide tailored services to individual needs and facilitate their usage. The usage of consumer data by digital financial services can generate insights into individual spending habits, facilitating tailored product offering, and supporting fraud detection. To boost the development of digital financial products, we already established OJK Fintech Center, or as known as OJK Infinity, which stands for Indonesia Innovation Center. Stands for OJK Innovation Center for Digital Financial Technology, OJK Infinity. OJK Infinity acts as an accelerator and also collaborator between industries, regulators, governments, academics, and other innovation hubs. There are 3 functions of OJK Infinity actually. First, as an innovation hub for the development of digital financial industry, as well as developing a comprehensive fintech ecosystem. Second, as a learning center for financial services players, consumers, and academics, who are the future innovators of Indonesia digital finance. The third, facilitates regulatory sandbox as a fintech incubator to balance innovation with consumer protections. However, the growing digitalization of daily life is not necessarily matched with the digital financial literacy levels. As you may also follow that our financial literacy in general is still pretty low, while the financial inclusion is reached 76% as of last year, but the literacy in general is only about 38%. So improved access to digital financial services require higher levels of digital financial literacy to make effective use of them. Higher literacy rate is also important to avoid mis-selling, frauds such as phishing, unauthorized use of data, discriminatory treatment, and behavioral issues such as excessive borrowing. As a result of massive short-term credit offers provided digitally with a simple process and limited check on customer affordability, we observe that many individuals borrow from more than one peer-to-peer lending. In fact, not only more than one, but many of them borrow from more than 10 platforms at the same time, only less than 1 month. And we also found that one single individual borrow from more than 40 platforms in less than 1 month. So not surprisingly, there are many non-performing financing cases on peer-to-peer lending, followed by aggressive debt collection practices. Indeed, there is a need to keep the balance in this innovative environment. New technologies have enabled financial institutions to find different ways on meeting the customer's demand with speed and convenience. On the other hand, the same technologies raise new considerations about consumer protections. Fintech industry should follow 5 5 consumer protection principles then. First, fintech companies must fully transparent about the products they offer to customer, not only promoting the goods aspect, benefits, but also disclose information on the costs, on the penalties, obligations, and also risk. Second, there must be a fair treatment in making agreements with customers. For example, fintech companies may not change prices and rates at any time without prior notice. Third, fintech companies must have the reliability both in fulfilling the promise to give customers rights, as well as to maintain the system reliability. The fourth principle is fintech companies must maintain the confidentiality of the customer's data. Fifth, the fintech companies must have a unit or a function that can handle complaints. So there must be an internal complaint or dispute resolution unit or function in any of the fintech companies to resolve the customer disputes. So that was the 5 consumer protection principles. Ladies and gentlemen, financial education programs will be effective when they are designed for specific target audience, because any audience, a different audience need different language, different audience need different channels. So it must be tailored to their needs and financial literacy level. And when they apply the most appropriate delivery methods available. Therefore, we underline the importance of promoting digital financial literacy through all delivery channels, including those accessed via digital tools. Digital tools can complement and leverage traditional financial education approaches and useful to provide vulnerable and hard-to-reach groups with actionable guidance. This will help them navigate unfamiliar and potentially complex digital financial products. Particular advantages taken into account include their interactive nature, their increased adaptability to consumers' learning needs, their user-friendliness, and their power to appeal younger audience. In this context, higher level of financial literacy and financial well-being may be achieved by using digital tools. OJK put educational program using digital tools as a top priority. During the pandemic, our educational approach is now shifting from traditional channel to digital approaches. So we convert many materials into digital materials. OJK has provided financial literacy materials through an educational website, sikapiuangmuojk.go.id, mobile apps, as well as through social media platforms. We already developed digital materials on our financial education, which will deliver numerous e-learning solutions and performance tools. For example, the e-book materials for elementary schools and junior high schools. Those e-books are readable everywhere by students with computer, tablets, or even smartphone. The development of Sikapi family, now Sikapi family is extended, a family consisting of grandparents, their parents with 3 children. This iconic family will answer financial problem based on the needs of each family members, based on their age, based on their education level, and also based on the literacy level. Produces educational materials such as animated video and article which broadcast through social media platform, Sikapi Uangmu. The good news is, during the pandemic, the number of our Instagram followers has jumped triple to almost 25,000 followers only in a couple of months. We also developed Smart Digital Indonesia series, which we already launched this morning. This digital financial literacy or DFL curriculum will consist of 19 curriculums, which I believe will bring great insight on the digital financial information for everyone and in entertaining way. However, we must not leave the financial education traditional method. We must be aware that the existence of financial exclusions, new type, who might not be able to afford the use of smartphones and computers to access digital financial products. Increased self-exclusion due to low level of financial and digital literacy may also occur due to lack of familiarity with the products available and its provider. What we have done so far is just at the early stage of the strong digital financial literacy long program. Efforts must be done collectively and concertedly and also inclusively. Collaborations need to be scaled up and synergy needs to be built with all the stakeholders involved. The timely and effective implementation of the financial literacy program is the challenge as it's involved many stakeholders and its impacts in the long run. So before I complete my remarks, I would like to convey my sincere gratitude, thanks to all of you who have dedicated your valuable time with us today. Your presence has been valuable and without any doubt has helped make this event a great success. I hope this seminar will be beneficial and will leave its footprints clearly on the road towards a strong and prosperous financial system and economy in the future through the development of financial technology. With this, let me conclude my remarks and wish you all the very best. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I return the floor to Kartika.
Thank you very much, Bapak Tirta Segara, for such an honorable speech. Ladies and gentlemen, next we are officiating the virtual appointment of Asosiasi Fintech Syariah Indonesia as the Digital Finance Innovation Association by welcoming remarks of the Vice Chairman Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Nurhaida.
Our distinguished guest, Head of the Indonesian Syariah Fintech Association, or AFSI, Bapak Ronald Yusuf Wijaya, Head of Indonesia Fintech Association, AFTEC, Bapak Niki Luhur, Head of the Indonesian Joint Funding Fintech Association, or AFPI, Bapak Adrian Gunadi, our esteemed guests from the representatives of Indonesian government agencies, representatives of financial service industries, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to invite you to express our gratitude to the God Almighty, since only by His blessing and willing we could gather in this very important and prominent occasion, especially in this session to appoint the Indonesian Syariah Fintech Association, or AFSI, as one of the digital financial innovations associations in Indonesia. As today, Indonesia and also the rest of the world are facing a pandemic situation with affected every aspect. Therefore, we believe that there is a need to employ this very moment as an opportunity to support Indonesia economic recovery. In addition, with the signed MOU with the Securities Commission Malaysia and the launching of the Digital Finance Innovation Roadmap and Action Plan for 2020 up to 2024 this morning, it will help us improving the productivity and recovery rates of Indonesian economy even further in this pandemic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before the pandemic, Islamic economy and finance had experienced a rapid development in the last 2 decades, both globally and nationally. Also, Sharia financial institutions' resilience was minimal to face previous crises, especially 2008 global financial crisis, because it was managed prudently and the prohibition against speculation and risky asset classes in the industry was to complement. Therefore, it is essential to conduct a balanced regulatory framework in the financial institution, especially Sharia Fintech, in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic, since it will reduce the negative effects of pandemic on Islamic finance markets, as the current crisis will have larger exposure on small and medium enterprises, as well as low-income and minimum wage individuals, particularly in Asia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, over the years, Indonesia has been one of the frontrunners in the development of fintech in Southeast Asia. This development was backed by the eagerness of the government of Indonesia to boost the digital economy ecosystem. With the existence of fintech, the benefits of financial products and services can be enjoyed to the people without bound to time or places, which is very relevant to today's condition. Technology is also expected to be able to bring a more advanced level of Indonesian financial literacy. These 2 major benefits will eventually result in growth in Indonesia's financial inclusion. We believe that this also will affect the development of Islamic fintech in Indonesia, which will be growing rapidly, that will coexist and complement conventional fintech that has been growing in the market. Ladies and gentlemen, to monitor the development of this digital financial innovation, OJK applies a balanced regulatory framework by optimizing the synergy between all parties and financial services institutions and uphold the consumer protection. Therefore, to help OJK in maintaining this balanced framework, OJK empower the Digital Financial Innovation Associations to act as associates of the OJK in overseeing their members. The approved associations, in this case AFSI, is expected to commit to comply with the regulations and comply with the standards set by OJK, develop standards for the industry, support OJK programs and policy, and implement and uphold consumer education and protections, as well as actively engaging in domestic and international cooperation. The appointment of AFSI is one of the OJK's efforts in implementing the market conduct supervision. The supervision strategy of AFSI and other approved associations through facilitating the coordination and supervision mechanism, setting up the code of conducts and code of ethics, creating an independent and mutual supervision mechanism between digital financial innovation operators or self-control mechanism, especially for the Sharia fintech industry. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, with the signed MOU with the Securities Commission Malaysia, it will favor the collaboration, joint projects and initiatives to support fintech innovation and development between two neighboring countries. The collaboration would not only for G2G initiatives, but also for amongst fintech associations. Therefore, I hope that appointment of AFSI will help fintech industry to going forward in facing the bright future of digital financial market. The government, OJK, AFSI, AFTEC, the financial services industries, regulator, and the financial customers need to be united so we can endure this crisis and use it as opportunity to make big leaps in economy. All in all, let's get together to ensure the safety and soundness of the financial services institution and the resilience of the financial ecosystem in Indonesia. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Ibu Nurhaida, for a very distinguished remarks. Now, with all due respect, we would like to invite the advisor of Digital Finance Innovation Group Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Bapak Maskum, and the Chairman of Asosiasi Fintech Syariah Indonesia, Bapak Ronald Wijaya, to come forward to receive the appointment of Asosiasi Fintech Syariah Indonesia to be the appointed Association of Digital Finance. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, you are currently witnessing our first virtual association appointment. This event will surely be memorable. Thank you, Bapak Maskum and Bapak Ronald Wijaya. Next, we are welcoming the presentation of initiative in the era of COVID-19 by the Managing Director of Asosiasi Fintech Indonesia. Please welcome Ibu Mercy Simorangkir.
Hello. Hi, can everyone hear me all right? Okay, first and foremost, on behalf of AFTEC, please allow me to convey my gratitude to Ibu Nurhaida, Vice Chairman of the Board of Commissioner of OJK and concurrently Chairman of Ethics Committee, Bapak Tirta Segara, OJK Commissioner who is in charge of Education and Consumer Protection, Bapak Sukarela Batunanggar, Deputy Commissioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance, Bapak Triyono Gani, Head of Digital Finance Innovation Group, as well as Ibu Kristianti Puji Rahayu, Department Head of Financial Literacy and Inclusion, OJK. I also would like to send my gratitude to all distinguished OJK officials for hosting this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, never in the history of Indonesian economy that the topic of digital financial innovation become so important as of now. AFTEC is honored to support and participate in the Virtual Innovation Day. We also believe that this event will serve as an important milestone for collaboration between government and industry that will further strengthen the digital finance ecosystem in Indonesia, particularly in terms of putting customer protection as the #1 priority and increasing digital financial literacy. This afternoon, I would like to bring to your attention some initiatives that the Indonesian FinTech have undertaken during this pandemic. So there are a couple of messages that I would like to convey. Yes, First of all, the COVID-19 pandemic affected the Indonesian fintech ecosystem, and also they are affected the whole economy. However, despite of challenges that the fintech providers found in the market, and despite the effect that they experiences, fintech remains committed in preserving the ecosystem through various initiatives and programs. So the other thing that I would like to convey is that this pandemic has pushed for further adoption of fintech. How do we know this? After conducted 2 rounds of surveys to all of its members in March and also in May 2020, and some of the findings leads us to this learning. So the last point that I would like to convey is about response to this situation. The findings that also highlights that the pandemic has pushed further for adoption of fintech in the society, create a realization or made the industry realize that we must strengthen our measures on putting customer protection and also put together a joint effort to increase digital financial literacy. Next slide, please. So let's have a look briefly on how COVID-19 have affected the Indonesian fintech ecosystem. Once again, this is based on AFTEC survey, 2 round of survey that undertaken in March and also in May 2020. Next slide, please. We found that the pandemic have caused slower growth for some of the business model. So this is analyzing the impact from the supply side first. Slower growth for some business model actually triggered by or can be shown by decreasing number of users and then lower transaction, challenges that they found on the operational side and also in funding, as well as some delay in business expansions. So although 69% of our respondents acknowledged that impact or identified that impact, there are a good number that also found opportunities. Around 9% of them found new opportunities and also increasing number of users, while around 22% say that they have limited impact because currently they're at the stage of development with limited operation. Next slide, please. So among those fintech providers that affected by COVID, we asked for the immediate responses that they implemented, and the immediate responses include layoff, among other, unpaid leave and salary deduction for their staff, business expansion delays, as well as cash flow management, strengthening cash flow management. So this is a mitigation as a measure of mitigation. Now, interestingly, almost half of the impacted fintech companies choose to adjust their business model. So they are undertaking pivoting also. Next slide. Despite affected by the pandemic, we found that in our survey, fintech providers committed in preserving the ecosystem. And how did they do it? They do it by implementing various initiatives and programs to lessen the negative impact of the pandemic to their customers. So that includes MSMEs and individuals. Next slide. We learned through our survey that there are more than 50 initiatives and or programs that are being implemented by fintech providers to reduce the negative economic impact caused by the pandemic to MSMEs, society, and also some initiatives to support the government. For MSMEs, the focus is really on reducing the operational costs, enhancing financial management, and also facilitating payment. Whilst for the society in general or for public, the initiatives include greater access to financial services, and then helping in procurement of health equipment and relevant products, and also customer education. Fintech also assisting disbursement of government social support program as well as economic stimulus program. Let's learn about these initiatives one by one or in more detail. Next slide, please. So To help MSMEs, we learned that fintech players from variety of business models, or we call it verticals, have helped to reduce operational costs through lower interest rate, implementing free transfer facilities. This is particularly from fintech payment, free digital signatures, provide a free digital signatures for MSMEs, a monthly invoice discount, as well as a 0% merchant discount rate, or MDR. The second way of fintech initiative helping MSMEs includes support to financial management. We're very pleased to witness some of our colleagues at the Regulatory Sandbox have launched initiatives to provide free financial consultation, assistance in reviewing credit policies, as well as marketing support to MSMEs. Finally, fintech also try to facilitate MSMEs financing by providing low interest rate, relaxation to loan, and zero platform fees for selected MSMEs project, especially in the health sector. They are also helping on loan restructuring and loan applications. Next slide. So there are a lot of, or a good number of initiatives for MSMEs. Our survey recorded at least 25 initiatives for MSMEs and around 24 for the society. So amongst the initiatives that fintech providers implemented to help the society during COVID includes procurement of personal protective equipment, PPE, as well as other healthcare essential products, and then providing updated information related to COVID-19 on their platform, just to make sure that the public are well aware and well informed of all of the development, and then supporting social distancing implementation by increasing number of knowledge sharing in their platform, and also things like financial education classes. And finally, they also help the society by providing financial flexibility to the community. For example, implementing allowance and financial support programs, flexibility on installment, as well as similar to MSMEs, reduced in interest rate. Lastly, the initiatives that fintech supported to government, among others are, next slide. Involvement that the fintech have shown so far in supporting the government disbursing the loan or their support to their bansos or social support program, or implementing the social support program. That includes involvement in Kartu Prakerja by fintech payment, where they channeled government fund to help unemployed people in receiving trainings in registered online education providers. And also the other program that is participated by fintech is the alike of Bangga Buatan Indonesia. These are just two amongst other programs that I know for sure fintech in various verticals, be it payment, be it peer-to-peer, are trying to get involved and trying to provide support to government in helping them implementing the social support program. Next slide. Another interesting finding that from the survey is that the pandemic has pushed for further adoption of fintech. And I guess this message or this finding is relevant to the next topic of discussion, which is financial literacy. So really the pandemic has pushed for further adoption of fintech. Why? Because with the, social distancing and limited touch options, fintech offers that characteristic. And ergo, it's really people are giving being pushed to become more digital. And so somehow it has helped for adoption of fintech. Next slide. In order to learn more about how fintech the adoption of fintech have been triggered by this pandemic, and the impact to the financial literacy, let's watch the video of Ardanang Yusuf. Ardanang Yusuf, by the way, is the winner of Fintech Bercerita or Fintech Story that Avtech, a campaign that Avtech launched on its Instagram to public, actually, to ask them what is the impact of fintech to your daily life. So let's watch this video first.
Ini adalah cerita tentang seorang milenial asal Kabupaten Brebes, Jawa Tengah. Namanya Ardanang Yusuf, usianya 25 tahun dan ia adalah seorang sarjana pendidikan Pancasila dan kewarganegaraan. Sebelum pandemi COVID-19 terjadi di Indonesia, Ardanang berstatus sebagai guru tidak tetap di salah satu SMP swasta di Kota Tegal, Jawa Tengah. Saat pandemi terjadi, sekolah tempat Ardanang mengajar terkena imbasnya. Jumlah murid berkurang sehingga memaksa sekolah memberhentikan beberapa pengajar. Dimulai dari guru berstatus tidak tetap, Ardanang pun jadi salah satunya. Meski awalnya sedih karena kehilangan pekerjaan, ia menolak untuk menyerah pada keadaan dan memutuskan untuk banting setir menjadi pedagang sayur mayur di pasar tradisional Kabupaten Brebes. Hal terpenting dalam bekerja adalah mencari rezeki yang halal, bukan? Ardanang percaya bahwa rezeki yang halal itu adalah sumber keberkahan. Pekerjaan barunya dijalani dengan kreatif. Untuk mengurangi potensi penularan virus melalui uang, Ardanang menggunakan uang elektronik sebagai alat pembayaran. Pembeli jadi lebih aman karena tidak banyak menyentuh uang tunai. Dan ia pun tidak perlu repot menyiapkan uang receh untuk kembalian. Tidak semua pembeli biasa menggunakan uang elektronik. Ardanang seringkali harus menjelaskan keuntungan memakai uang elektronik kepada ibu-ibu yang menjadi pembelinya. Apa yang Ardanang lakukan adalah langkah konkret dalam mendorong digital financial literacy di Indonesia dan tercapainya inklusi keuangan. Tetap semangat, Ardanang!
Thank you very much. So as you have seen, the pandemic has transformed lifestyle and business in general to be more digital. So creating opportunity for wider fintech adoption. Some business models have recorded growth and found new opportunities, as shown in the survey. These business model includes digital payment, digital remittance, digital lending, and also digital investment and insurtech. We believe that this recent transformation will continue and fintech will be garnering more users and customers in the future. Next slide. So what does it mean? How should the industry react to these changes? How should the government react to these changes? So this time, I would like to highlight the importance of customer protection and increasing digital financial literacy. Next slide. Fintech industry believe that in an effort to further optimize the potential of fintech in the economy, it is important to strengthen customer protection. Avtech, as an association for digital finance innovation, or IKD, we are glad to support this effort through our working groups by creating code of conduct and also code of conduct that is general and specific for various business model. We also support the creation of industry standards. So from our side, what we are trying to do to increase customer protection is to make sure that good governance is implemented by fintech providers. The other thing, we are also pushing for customer protection through the creation of customer service, customer complaint handling system, and also dispute resolution mechanism. And then we also push for more digital financial literacy, which is the next slide. Right. We found it very important to increase digital financial literacy through various joint efforts with government, with key stakeholders, because as you probably have experienced in the market, sometimes we are doing our individual financial literacy effort. So it will be great. And I think it is very timely to do it all together in a coherent manner to make sure that we are able to get where we wanted, to be able to receive the impact that we wanted in a measurable manner. So with that, I would like to end my presentation. I look forward to collaborate more, AFTEC, especially in the industry, looking forward to collaborate more with OJK, with regulators in increasing customer protection and increasing financial literacy, digital financial literacy in the market. We believe that we genuinely must work together to create a genuine impact to the society. It's really point of no return. It's a make it or break it time for the digital economy and for Indonesian economy in general. If we can all use this momentum right, then we believe that the potential of Indonesian economy can be maximized, and we can help more Ardanang and more people out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Mercy Simorangkir, for such an excellent presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start the second webinar session in the topic of digital finance literacy, which will be moderated by the head of Digital Finance Innovation Group, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Please welcome Bapak Triyono. Bapak Triyono earned his bachelor degree in management from Faculty of Economics, Diponegoro University in Semarang. He then pursued his master degree in the Graduate School of International Business, University of Bristol. His areas of expertise include banking, international business, knowledge management, economic business intelligence, and risk management, as well as risk-based supervision. He is currently the head of Digital Finance Innovation Group, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan.
Okay, thank you very much, Kartika, for the introduction. This is very tough time, certainly, but we still have to go through the last session of this event. Honorable, sorry, I have a feedback here. Yes. Okay, Honorable Ibu Nurhaida, the Vice Chairman of OJK in charge in the Digital Financial Information Development, and Pak Tirta, Member of Board Commissioners in charge in the Customer Protection and Literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, and also the representative from ADB, head of associations as well, and certainly the board management of AFSI and AFTEC. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a final session that we are going to hold the discussion. Certainly, this is very important since if we refer to this morning session, whereby the Vice Chairman launched two things. The most important things are the first is roadmap, and the second is the digital literacy program, especially for the digital financial literacy. And the first topic has been discussed in the first session on the roadmap, and certainly this is the second session and would be talking more deeper on the digital financial literacy. Certainly the scheme of digital financial literacy, we cannot really escape from the whole program of financial literacy. It should be derived from the big, the mothership of the digital finance program as a whole. and we are the sub-branch of the digital, the financial literacy program. I think if we refer to the list of speakers that we are going to invite, the composition is quite perfect because I will be inviting Ibu Christina Puji Rahayu from the OJK, and she's the head of Department of Literasi and Industri Keuangan in OJK. Certainly she will be giving the view from the regulators. And then Ibu Purnima Jayawardana, she's the representative from the ADB. Certainly she contributes a lot in developing digital financial program in OJK. And the third is the view from the industry would be brought by Pak Adrian Gunadi. He is the chairman of Asosiasi Fintech Pendanaan Bersama Indonesia atau P2P Association. And last but not least, Pak Sam Safi, she is the representative from Malaysian Fintech industry. So we can learn from each other's experiences and also exchange the programs, and certainly from Pak Safi, we would hear a lot of interesting things which is been going on in Malaysia. Before I start to the first panelist, let me just reiterate what Pak Tirta just mentioned in his keynote speech, that surprisingly the literacy is quite important to overcome all the limitations during the pandemic. And beside the literacy aspects, we also need security and also very careful planning in managing our funds and also our finance. And then the second point that I took note from Pak Tirta's speech is that the scope of education should be not only the product, but also the tools. This is very interesting thing, and hopefully Ibu Puji could also elaborate on those aspects. The third point is the principles that I little bit rearrange, probably Pak Tirta. The principle for digital financial services, a good digital financial services, I rearranged a little bit, so I offer an abbreviation of TRADE, T-R-A-D-E, transparent. So transparent is still the number one, but I changed the second point from fairness into the reliability, and the third aspect would be the fairness, and the fourth aspect is data protection, and the final aspect still the effective complaint handling. So I guess I completely highlighted those informations since those are the principles that everybody should looking at in doing the financial activities. And last point that I would like to raise here is about avoiding mis-selling. Mis-selling is very dangerous because it would then exploit the customers and also would be endangering the financial system as a whole, because the mis-selling and also some hidden information that is not really open to the customer would lessen the trust, and trust is really the basic fundamental thing that should be in place when we are building the financial system. So those are my opening sort of takeaway, and hopefully that we can dig a little bit deeper when we do the discussion afterwards. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ibu Christina Puji Rahayu to deliver her insights and also views from certainly from the view of regulators, how to see this a financial literacy program, and certainly I would like to invite her to touch upon the digital financial literacy program. So, Ibu Christina Puji Rahayu, the time is yours.
Okay, Pak Tri, thank you. Firstly, Honorable Ibu Nurhaida, Vice Chairman of OJK, and Bapak Tirta Segara, Member of the Board Commissioner of OJK in charge of Consumer Education and Protection. Also, Bapak Sukarela Batunanggar and Bapak Iman Syah, Deputy Commissioner of OJK, and then fellow from ADB, and also fellow panelists and moderator, my colleagues, Pak Triyono, thank you, Pak. And all the webinar participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, dan Om Swastiastu. A very good afternoon to us all. First, Pak Triyono, thank you for having me here in this digital financial literacy. And I think I would like to introduce myself first, because my name is Kristrianti, Pak Triyono. Kristrianti Puji Rahayu. I'm Head of Financial Literacy and Inclusion Department, OJK. And today, after lunch session in this important event, I'm going to present digital financial literacy from OJK perspective, especially from our department, who has function of educating people to become more financially literate. Pak Tri, I think today's coffee should be strong enough to keep webinar participants still motivated to stay till the last panelist, hopefully. Okay, in this limited time, I will give an overview on three things. First, current condition of digital financial literacy in Indonesia, and then what OJK has done to boost financial literacy, and most importantly, our strategies, particularly in this pandemic time, where, as mentioned that my Pak Tirta before, my boss, where almost all of our education activity already shifted to internet-based. Before start, I think allow me to refresh the third national survey on financial literacy and inclusion in 2019. The survey is conducted every 3 years, and the first survey was rolled out in 2013. Based on the survey, as we know that both financial literacy and inclusion level show an improvement compared to the result in 2016. Financial literacy and inclusion stood at 38.03%, and then the inclusion 76.19% respectively. Hence, with the last 3 years, Indonesian people financial literacy has increased around 8.33%, and access to financial product rose by 8.39%. It's good, but however, with this positive result, further work will therefore be needed to close remaining financial gap and increase the overall level of financial literacy. Moreover, as we know that our president on February has increased the inclusion target to be 90% in the end of 2024. As part of the survey, we also conducted additional survey on the use of digital financial technologies, which have been recognized as a tool for improving level of financial inclusion. This financial technology survey conducted around 4,500 respondents. And the conclusion, among other things, is only 31.26 respondents have used the Fintech service. It's in 2019 survey. And then kind of service that use often bill payment, mostly 66%. And then online loan 27%, and online insurance 9.9%. And majority who never used the fintech service said that the reason not using fintechs, firstly, they feel they don't need it. It's around 52%, and they don't understand 39.2%, and The last one is not sure about how the fintechs work. It's about 37. So I think it's a lot of work for financial education, especially digital financial literacy, to work on this number to be better for the next round. Also, to add the picture of financial literacy landscape in 2018, I would like to share OECD with INFE, International Network for Financial Education, conducted PISA. PISA is Program for International Student Assessment, which includes subject on financial literacy. This is the first survey that Indonesia participated in this kind of survey. And Indonesia is the only country in Asia that participated in the financial literacy subject. And this survey was conducted to around 3,000 students aged 15 years, spread across 106 schools in Indonesia. And the average score of the 20 countries participated in the survey is around 505. And Indonesia, because of still the first time, the score is still below the average, that's not much. But however, what I want to highlight here is in some aspect, which are related to student financial experience and then behavior and attitude, Indonesia's score were above average or somehow close to the average. For example, majority students in Indonesia enjoy talking about money matters. They can decide independently what to spend with their money and be responsible for their own money. So I think it's good news. And then 93% of students in Indonesia obtain their information about money matters from parents. It's close to OECD average, which is 94%. And then the interesting thing is for in the aspect of student digital financial activities, the majority of Indonesia score are below average, except for the percentage of students who use mobile phone or for payment, which stood 52% compared to OECD average 39.1%. Meanwhile, percentage of students in Indonesia who hold an account using payment debit card or payment, as well as student uses digital financial service in their daily activities, still below OECD average. PISA result on student financial experience, behavior, attitude should be taken into account in considering our strategy as follows. First, 94% students who took the PISA survey got financial literacy from the parent or closest adult. This shows that the importance of role of parent in instilling financial literacy in children from the early age is very paramount, starting with introducing simple supportive material. And then 52% of students participating in the PISA survey in Indonesia admit to have made payment using a cell phone. The result of the survey indicate that children in Indonesia are already familiar to the era of digital finance. And therefore, the financial education that is carried out must be prioritized in a digital-based approach, starting from e-learning, social media, and other similar things. They are ready to do that. On average, this is very interesting. Male students show better result than women, 2 point higher. But as I mentioned before, in Indonesia, the result was show in the opposite direction, where female students had better financial literacy score compared to boys. And then internationally, students with low socioeconomic condition are more vulnerable. This group has a lower level of financial literacy, less experience, and lower level of self-confidence and interest in money matters. This fact can be the basis for financial education activity for students in Indonesia, which should be focused on students who have low socioeconomic background and live in rural areas. As mentioned by Pak Tirta before, that to avoid financial literacy and financial inclusion exclusion. And then FB zoom in PISA result Indonesia regarding the use of digital financial service. Worldwide, the level of confidence in using digital financial service relatively high. And in Indonesia, 43% students also reported feeling confident in paying debit card instead of using cash. But compared to other countries, the confidence level of students in Indonesia using digital financial service still considered low. And other factor that shall be taken into account, Indonesian society behavior during pandemic has been changing like many other panelists before. So I don't want to run through the detail because we already know that the data shows that 64.48% the electronic money or digital transaction is increased, and I think financial technology entities in Indonesia also continue to grow, and the detail also already being presented by previous panelists. So I would like to add the perspective from customer service data related to financial technology. As we know that OJK have a call center 157 atau kontak 157. I like to call in Indonesia because we already familiar with this thing, kontak 157. Based on data on kontak 157, related question related to fintech keep growing in the last few years, meaning that increasing level of public awareness on fintech in general has been growing. And then before run through to our strategy, like what Ibu Nurhaida already mentioned in the morning session, that challenges in improving digital financial literacy or financial literacy, many things. But in Indonesia, we have two given challenges. First one is demography, which is Indonesia population too diverse, and then level education and economy varies from region to region. So there is no one single prescription that is suitable for every region and every segment. So it is a challenge for OJK to set a target which is suitable for every segment. So we design, the OJK already have 10 priority target. And then we also have a strategy to having communal approach for education, for financial literacy activity. And then we also developing and strengthening massive open online course, which is hopefully it will be suitable for any target related to their difficulty and their perspective of understanding. And then the other is geographical challenges. I think we all know that Indonesia is consisted 1,000 islands, and then internet access that is important for digital penetration is not yet covered all Indonesian region, and hopefully will be solved immediately. And number 4 is there are still 21 provinces whose literacy level is still below the national level. It's about financial literacy in general, not to mention about financial literacy in digital financial literacy. So I think it's a challenge for us. And then how to achieve our target in increasing the financial literacy level of Indonesia. We have five strategy, and I don't want to run through one by one. We already conveyed this strategy in our previous press conference in Wednesday. So I think I will only highlight strategy number 2, which is developing digital education. Developing digital education, I think I have to take back in 2014. OJK has published both formal and non-formal financial education, and all of them are also available in digital format. And all of the material can be downloaded for free in our mini site. And the financial literacy series for college students also available in mobile-based PDF format. And then e-learning, we also have interactive e-learning that could also be accessed to our mini site, complete with online game to support the learning. So I think we also enter the gamification tools to educate our target. In the future, we want to enhance the mini site to be a learning management system that everybody can access the material related to their need, and then they can also do like a test and then get e-certificate. So I think when we have a coordination with other institutions, for example, to make sure every new workforce enter to office already knows about financial matters, they can go to our MS and then show the e-certificate to the human resources department to show that they already know how to handle money, so they can have their first salary to be transferred to their reckoning. I think this kind of breakthrough should be initiated for the future challenges to be able to meet the target of inclusion 90%, hopefully with the literacy also not too far from the target of financial inclusion. And then development of digital education, as mentioned by Pak Tirta, that we in pandemic actually shifting on the various form of financial education into internet-based atau webinar. And as mentioned also by Pak Tirta, our activities double compared to that of previous year, and we plan to continue this method as to complement to our traditional approach, which is still needed to avoid financial literacy exclusion, especially in remote area. And then Pak Tirta already mentioned Sikapi Family rebranding. We creating 5 story initially, 3D animation videos on financial education. Shifting from traditional to webinar method due to pandemic apparently give us an ample room in terms of budget-wise. So we switch to finance some project that we believe paramount for OJK to enter digital era in financial literacy. And also we include tools how to differentiate between, for example, flat interest and compound interest, and so on. We will go through some specific issues that we believe it's hamper the people to know better about the product that they choose, and then how to juggling between to assess between the benefit and the thing that they should know about the product that they choose. And then we also number 3, if Pak Tri want to know what we do for to boost financial literacy about fintech, we also have public service advertising video. Like now we are creating 2 on progress. It's about illegal investment alert and illegal fintech. Will be launching in the train, in the station, and some public area that people will know how to avoid illegal fintechs, so they will not trap into the same case. And then social media rebranding, collaborating with selected influencer, some based on local figure, hoping that this influencer will be able to touch the audience better with their language and local wisdom. We also will put up the content of digital financial literacy on this content. And then we also keep educating people on issues relating to financial technology and digital financial education through our social media channel. These are a few examples of articles we publish. Maybe hopefully the operator will show the slide how we put some publication about financial technology in our Instagram. And then the other strategy is revising financial literacy book for high school and vocational high school, and adding content related to digital financial service. And thanks to the Fintech Association, they already put effort, collaboration with OJK and other association to make this happen. And now it's already 90% done, waiting for the launching. So we put another content related to digital financial innovation, and also investment illegal. And then rebranding the CKP family, where character bagus, as mentioned by Pak Tirta, the CKP family have 3 children, and one son named Bagus will be used as financial literacy ambassador for the millennial segment by introducing digital financial service. So I think after the seminar, Pak Tri, we can expect that Mas Bagus will meet Mas Vin dan Mbak Niti a lot. And who knows, maybe someday Mas Bagus will get married with Mbak Niti. A possibility always open, and we can have a lot of story to zoom about the need of financial digital financial literacy better and easier to be understand by millennial. And then we also have digital financial literacy in content in our regional financial acceleration team roadmap. We have been supported by ADB for this. Pak Bagus and Pak Bidu also active in helping us to compose this roadmap. And the roadmap, including thematic content related to the use of digital financial literacy. By doing this, hopefully the inclusion will be based on adequate literacy. We thank you again for IDP for supporting this project, and hopefully we can deliver this roadmap soon. And then encouraging financial institution to include digital financial service as mandatory material that must be delivered in financial education and literacy activities. We have done that because mostly in every education, we put fintech as one of our content to be on the table for the education and financial literacy. And then this is the important thing, number 5. Encouraging the fintech entities to carry out financial literacy activity for the community. As we know that there is OJK rule number 76, which demand all financial institutions at least have to conduct one education in a year. And for the time being, fintech is still excluded to this obligation. So I think it will be very good if fintech will also jump to the wagon to together with other financial institutions to collaborate with OJK to do some education and financial literacy to public. And also, I would like to mention that we will always coordinate with a group of digital financial innovation in the preparation and dissemination of digital financial literacy curriculum and material. And then last but not least, as I mentioned before in the press release, that we are now preparing a revised version of National Strategy for Financial Literacy in Indonesia in 2020 by strengthening the content of digital financial service. So I think all of the data from survey and that the challenges we face and will be our basis to execute the strategy that we already enacted. And of course, we cannot do it by ourselves like Liverpool. You will never walk alone. So EPK also will not work alone, and OJK will not work alone. We have to hand in hand with ADB and with maybe a financial institution and other kementerian to boost the financial literacy in Indonesia. I guess that would be my end presentation, Pak Tri. Thank you for the time.
Namaku Andi. Keluargaku memiliki usaha bernama Toko Roti Enak. Ini ayahku, ini ibuku. Keluarga kami mengelola toko roti enak dengan sukacita. Bank itu semacam celengan, Bu.
Menabung di bank banyak manfaatnya.
Andi, mau ikut ke bank?
Mau!
Oh my goodness, thank you very much, Ibu Puji. Very nice short video there. Just before I get through and also dig a little bit deeper on your presentation, the presentation was very interesting and very well structured program. But allow me to introduce you to the public, because I have known you very much, Ibu Puji, but certainly the public is not knowing you as much as I know you. So please show Ibu Puji's CVs. So Ibu Puji was born in Boyolali in April 1970, and her undergraduate was from the UNS on 11 Maret, and also graduated from Drexel University, Philadelphia, US. And her career began from the Ministry of Finance, and certainly she is now in charge as the head of literacy department in OJK. Okay, Ibu Puji, your presentation certainly very interesting, especially talking about the result of your research. It seems to me that this is something that we need to elaborate a little bit more, certainly on the level of digital financial literacy, because in general finding the number of digital financial number is still low. But if we see the number of a student that adopting the digital payment is quite high. So is there any sample problem or I don't know, maybe you could explain a little bit on this before I go through some other questions. Please elaborate more on this, Ibu Puji.
Okay, thank you, Pak Tri. Yes, from PISA, it's the data is quite make us happy, because it's not the student is not kind of stranger for the digital financial literacy. So I think because in school they already have like curriculum that also will be like mandatory, like IT curriculum. So I think in executing or in joining the IT curriculum, I think they have to have like a gadget, and then they also got from parent, and then parent will also make it simple by teaching them how to use the gadget. So I think it will make difference why the picture of the whole population is different if we talk about the student. So I think it is very close to our finding when as we know, Pak Tri, our target for social for education number one is to student, because we know that they will be like agent of change for the family, and then the other closest friend to know better about everything, including financial literacy or digital financial literacy. So I think this can be one of the root cause. Okay.
Okay, one more question for you, Bu Puji.
Yep.
Is there any trouble, any problem with the quality of network? In this case, certainly the communication network, since as experiencing by developing countries such as Indonesia as an example. So any problem with that in connection with the digital financial literacy that is still low based on the survey?
Yeah, I think one of problem for the still the number of digital financial literacy is low in Indonesia is because, as you know, Pak Tri, not every region have internet access or have like sophisticated gadget, and also the level of economics, and then the level of education is not the same in rural and in the urban area. So I think this problem has to be tackled carefully. We cannot give, like I mentioned before, we cannot make a strategy that fit to all, because there is different situation in every region, especially in rural area and in the town. So the first thing that I think the first thing that we have to do is we have to spotting area which one that already have quite mature infrastructure, so we can penetrate financial digital literacy more than compared to others that even they are still struggling how to get the internet or so on. So I think what also my boss Pak Tirta mentioned before, that we cannot use everything digital, because in some area even they don't have electricity and everything. So I think it will be our challenge to have deeper penetration about financial literacy, especially for digital financial literacy. But we are sure that in the next years it will be so, because government already have aggressive program to develop like connectivity or across the region in Indonesia. So we have to be optimistic, Pak Tri.
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much, Bu Puji. So I have to move to the second panelist, but I would like to congratulate on the program that you offer. It was very well structured, and also very heavy in human touch, because you form regular people family as the mascot for your program. It is a wonderful program.
Yes.
So thank you very much again, Ibu Puji. I would like to move to Purnima. Let me introduce her first. Okay. So Ibu Purnima is certainly she's the representative from the Asian Development Bank. She joined the Asian Development Bank from 2013. She's now the financial sector specialist and financial inclusion focal for Indonesia. That's why I worked with her very much when we were developing the digital financial literacy program. She educated from the Oxford University, UK, the professional education in financial technology. So no wonder that she knows Fintech very well. And then she also enrolled the University of Harvard Executive Education in Financial Inclusion. And she got PhD from Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University in Japan. So again, welcome Ibu Purnima, and I will leave the floor to you now. The time is yours, please.
Thank you, Pak Triyono. Good afternoon, Honorable Ibu Nurhaida, Bapak Tirta Senggara, Bapak Sukanana Bapnangan, Bapak Tionogani, Ibu Kuji, and all other panelists and participants. Special thanks to OJK for hosting Digital Finance Innovation Day and for the invitation to participate. May I request the PowerPoint to be shown in the screen? Can you hear me? Hello. Sorry, I'm having some technical issue. I can't see the PowerPoint slides, but I hope you can see it. So as highlighted during... Okay, good. So as highlighted during ADB country director's remarks this morning that ADB has enjoyed a rich collaborative history with OJK on various financial inclusion initiatives, including important components of financial inclusion, such as consumer protection and financial literacy. So I'll be sharing some insights on digital financial literacy as a key building block for financial inclusion. Next slide, slide 2. As also highlighted in earlier discussions that financial literacy, financial consumer protection, and financial inclusion are globally recognized as essential ingredients for the overall financial stability of an economy. And as such, all are enshrined in the G20 high-level principles. Therefore, ADB is proud to support the development of the Digital Finance Innovation Roadmap and Action Plan, as well as digital financial literacy initiatives as a critical component of the roadmap. Next slide, slide 3. Financial literacy, in addition to being recognized as an important life skill for consumers to have, it will also aid consumers to deepen their own financial services usage, such that they can comparison shop and better discern which products and services to suit their unique life cycle financial needs. And so financially savvy consumers will be better able to appreciate the risk of use, including their own ability to pay for the services. Essentially, having a financially literate population will make Indonesia's objective of attaining higher financial inclusion levels easier, as compared to when consumers' financial literacy levels are low. Likewise, it's easier for OJK as a regulator to protect consumers from predatory financial practices and from financial fraud when consumers are financially literate and can engage in smart practices, like actually reading the terms and conditions of financial contracts prior to using the financial services. And when consumers are able to determine pricing and discern whether or not the product is affordable for their budgets. Also, a financially literate consumers would understand that financial service providers must be licensed by OJK and that use of an unlicensed service provider is per se risky and to be avoided. So all of these are reasons why financial literacy and digital financial literacy can be viewed as essential building blocks for financial inclusion. The next slide, please. Apologies that I can't actually see the slides on the screen, so I'm referring to the slide 4 now. However, most countries globally, including OECD countries, have low levels of financial literacy, in particular among their youth population, and as also highlighted by Park Puji earlier. So according to the OECD's 2018 financial literacy assessment as part of PISA, many youth struggle to make simple everyday spending decisions. And on average, in OECD countries, even though half of the surveyed youth actually have an account account at a financial institution or have a debit card, only 1/3 have the requisite knowledge and financial skills to read and analyze a bank statement. And up to this point that I have only discussed financial literacy, whereas digital financial literacy raises even more concerns due to the additional knowledge and skill sets required to safely use digital financial services, such as how to protect one's personal and private data and how not to fall victim to phishing scams, Ponzi schemes, or SIM swaps or identity thefts. Next slide, please. On the issue of data privacy specifically and how to protect one's own data, consumers seem to need intensive awareness raising, in particular because the legal framework to protect consumers' data has not kept pace with the advances in technology. For example, data from India clearly shows this disconnect. In India, the Supreme Court has determined that privacy is a fundamental right, and 90% of the consumers polled by consumer advocacy organization CUTS indicated that their data privacy was very important to them. However, close to 80% of those same consumers do not read the data privacy clauses of policies before using the services. So with consumers, there are not only skills, knowledge gaps to be concerned about, but behavioral disconnects, because humans do not always act in a manner which is rational. So good financial behavior too must be learned. Next slide, please. In fact, the UN's International Telecommunication Union created a digital financial service competency guide that summarizes all the competencies, knowledge, skills, as well as proactive steps or good practices necessary for consumers to safely use financial services. Another seminal study on digital skills and consumers called the Digital Skills Observatory was done by the Mozilla Foundation across 7 regions in Kenya, observing the attitudes, habits, and skills of 188 low-income first-time users. The researchers followed the consumers for a year after they received their first smartphone. Findings were quite interesting in that researchers identified 53 digital skills needed to leverage smartphones and to adapt new products. And these skills fall into a number of categories such as Android operating systems, apps, accounts, privacy and security, data usage and cost, online ethics, problem solving, searching, literacy, scams, fraud recognition, technology ecosystem, social platforms, creative and functional use, and browsing. So digital skills and proactive good financial habits are essential components of the adoption of digital financial services. Next slide, please. Turning to Indonesia, the financial literacy rate of the general population is fairly low. As mentioned earlier, in the urban areas, OJK measured financial literacy at 38%, and in the rural areas, that figure dropped to 34.5% of the population who were deemed financially literate. That rate also falls sharply when measuring youth financial literacy, primarily because youth lack experience using financial services. So while financial literacy levels are fairly low in Indonesia, and while we do not also have a measure of digital financial literacy, we presume it's fairly low. On the other hand, access and usage of financial services in Indonesia is climbing, and it is much higher than the financial literacy rates. In fact, in 2018, the Financial Inclusion Insights Survey by the National Council for Financial Inclusion measured account ownership in Indonesia at 55.7%. Thus, there's a disparity of at least 20 percentage points, and in the case of youth, much more, between financial access and the much lower financial literacy rates. And it's probable that a significant portion of the population is using financial services but perhaps not fully appreciating all the characteristics or terms and conditions of use, and possibly they are not appreciating the risk of use either. Next slide, please. To better illustrate the problems that can occur when use does not match competencies or knowledge, I found this study related to the use of internet as compared to the internet users' understanding of all the features that the internet has to offer. Facebook is the internet. In case of Indonesia, it's 61% based on the survey respondents. Now, the lower levels of financial literacy and digital financial literacy levels of the population are particularly relevant because there's an expectation that digital financial services will be important drivers of financial inclusion. And per the GSMA data in 2017, Indonesia had 176 million unique mobile subscribers, and 73% of which are smartphones, and this should be much more higher now based on the latest available data as highlighted in earlier discussions. As for the Indonesian Internet Providers Associations, the number of internet users are over 175 million in 2019. The message, therefore, is that now is the ideal time to focus intensively on improving digital financial literacy levels so that financial consumers are using financial services that are appropriate to their needs, and to lessen the burden on financial regulators whose job should become a bit easier when consumers' financial capabilities improve. Next slide, please. And ADB is supporting several countries in the region to improve financial literacy of the population, including in Mongolia, where the ADB is supporting the Bank of Mongolia and the Financial Regulatory Commission to upgrade and digitize its financial literacy materials for the consumers, including developing videos to help consumers to understand their rights as financial consumers. And in Thailand, ADB coordinated with the Bank of Thailand and the Thai University to implement a financial literacy project to encourage first-time job holders to save utilizing the social networks to promote effortless saving tips. These are just a couple of many of the examples of ADB support for financial and digital financial literacy initiatives. Next slide, please. The government of Indonesia, in its own right, has recognized the need to improve financial literacy of its population, as discussed throughout this session, and as one of the core elements of financial inclusion. To start, it issued the National Financial Literacy Strategy in 2013, which was revised in 2017, and really glad to hear that about the new strategy going to be in 2020 with the focus on digital financial literacy. And as mentioned, also OJK has a dedicated unit within OJK, which has really informative, interactive website as shown earlier, and which has created appealing and engaging financial education materials for youth, and most recently developing books for the preschool age children supported by ADB. OJK has also joined forces with ADB to pilot an experiential financial literacy and career exploration program called Y-Bank, which was hosted by the Fintech unit in the Infinity Center. And the Y-Bank curriculum is now actually being digitized and will soon be available to 175 million internet users across the country. As mentioned, ADB is also supporting the OJK's Fintech unit to create digital financial literacy materials. And it's now looking forward to the implementation of the new digital finance innovation roadmap and the digital financial literacy initiatives, which in turn supports capacity building of the digital financial consumers so that they may competently and responsibly use digital financial services, driving responsible financial inclusion. So thank you very much.
Is as the survey told us that the number of digital transactions increased, and certainly it will also attract our attention because of the risk of the utilization of financial services, digital financial services so increase. So this is a very, very important thing that we have to consider as the regulator. And I would like also to highlight your statement on the behavioral approach. So we are going to improve the literacy level using the behavioral approach. So any other further thought on this, how you can touch and also change the behavior of the regular people into more literate in the financial services. Any experiences from other countries or any thoughts on this, Punima?
Apologies, Pak Triyono. I'm having some issue with my connection, so I didn't hear the first part of the question or the comment, but the later part. So I think you were asking about the behavioral change in
Yes,
terms
yes,
of
yes.
financial literacy,
You're right.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
so basically, I will be discussing, giving my answer based on my experience in Indonesia as the focal point for
Yes.
financial inclusion.
Okay.
As you know that in the discussion, I highlighted actually Y Bank as one of the innovative financial
Right.
education program that we implemented, right? So
Yeah.
the program has been piloted for 1 year, and we are actually now in the phase of preparing the monitoring and evaluation report. And I do not have the exact figures, but based on the findings, there's a huge difference based on this program. Most of the program participants have actually adapted financial planning, and they are much more aware of reading terms and conditions. So it has a huge effect. So I think such kind of programs with experiential elements are really key for changing the behavior.
Mm. Okay, okay. Thank you very much for your elaboration. And again, about the Y Bank, this is the program that we work closely between ADB and OJK, and you are targeted the youth, the young people for your education program. So is there any clue, or is it going to be your highest priority to target the young people, because they are certainly would be owning our future, right? So is there any comments on that? Are you really targeting the youth for your highest priority?
Yes, Park. In fact, actually, currently we are processing a program for Indonesia called Financial Promoting Innovative Financial Inclusion Program. Under that program, this is a policy-based loan, and under that program, actually, we are having a special focus on youth population. Actually, under the program, we had been having multiple initiatives. The first one would be the youth Finsight service attended by or the responded by more than 5,500 respondents across the country, covering all the provinces. And as mentioned, we have Y Bank initiative, as well as also we have Youth Financial Inclusion Ambassadors program. And here I would also like to mention actually the program supported the youth financial inclusion strategy for Indonesia, and with that actually Indonesia became the first country in the world to have a youth specific financial inclusion strategy. So we definitely have a special focus on youth financial inclusion, and I think it's really important in terms of the rise in fintech sector.
Okay, thank you so very much indeed, Purnima. So I have to move on into the next panelist, Papa Adrian. So let me read his CV. So as far as I can tell, that Adrian is my very close colleague, and he's now the chairman of P2P Lending Association. And he was the co-founder of Investri, the successful P2P lending in Indonesia. He has a very vast experience, and certainly he was also graduated from the banking sector actually. Maybe Pak Adrian can tell a bit on this later on. But I think he was among the fintech entrepreneur, and he had a lot of awards here. I could not really mentioning one by one, and yeah, I think that's it, because his CV is very long, and we can see from his presentation later on. So I think without further ado, I would like to give the time to Pak Adrian. Pak Adrian, please, Pak Adrian.
Thank you, Pak Triyono. Good afternoon, Honorable Ibu Nurhaida, Bapak Tirta Segara, Bapak Sukarela Batunanggar, distinguished panelists. Thank you for the opportunity to be sharing a little bit about the initiatives that we as the association, specifically on the Indonesian Fintech Lending Association, has done in conjunction with financial literacy, and how do we continue to progress as the industry develops. I think I will, touch upon a few examples, a few cases, just to elaborate some of the points that has been mentioned by the previous speakers with regards to the presentation earlier. So perhaps if the committee can share the slide that I have shared. Okay. I'll try to keep it brief so that we have time for questions and answers and perhaps discuss a little bit. Next slide, please. So the Association of Fintech Lending in Indonesia, or AFPI, actually we are relatively new. We were formed in 2018 and appointed officially by OJK as the association that assists to do the market conduct for fintech lending in Indonesia in 2019. So we are a relatively new association. We have around 161 registered members as part of the association. And I think this stems from the recent growth of fintech in Indonesia, and specifically also fintech lending, which grew significantly over the past 4 years. And I believe some of the interesting thesis why this has grown so much is given due to the fact that there is still a huge credit gap in Indonesia, and based on 2017 report by IMF states that it's around $80 billion of unmet credit demand. So obviously, fintech lending has become one option for those that are underserved or unbanked. And also, one of the things that we looked at is how can we, the industry players, play an active role assisting OJK to do market conduct as the industry moves so fast in terms of the industry pace, industry dynamics, product innovation moves relatively fast. And so there also needs to be an agile association that validates, that assists OJK itself in conducting the market conduct. And that is one of the reasons why, as the pillar of the association, we set out the code of conduct, which basically governs the business practices with regards to the members of the association. So in essence, the thought process is that the users, consumers who are using fintech lending services would have the same benchmark of services in terms of access to information, with regards to data protection, with regards to the consumer protection, and basically this was the overarching theme of why the association set up this code of conduct. I think fact of the matter is it was triggered due to the increasing rise of illegal fintech lending. I think this is something that we are very much prevalent given the growth of technology. So I think we've seen how the pace and the development of technology has grown very rapidly. Obviously, there are risks associated to it, and given technology is very much borderless and easily deployed, then there is the risk of the illegal fintech. So one of the things that we have done as an association actually is how do we combat these illegal fintech lending platforms? How do we educate Indonesians in general, as was mentioned, because of financial literacy is not yet fully uniform, or that remains a bigger challenge, especially for an infant industry such as fintech lending. It's still relatively new compared to banking industry, which has been in Indonesia for hundreds of years. And we've seen, based on the data earlier mentioned, that despite the fact that the industry has been around for a couple of hundred of years, financial literacy in general in Indonesia remains very low. So the challenge is obviously twofold when you talk about a fintech lending industry, which is still relatively new. So that is one of the efforts that we from the association conduct, and basically that is one of the key objectives that we do is market education and public awareness in terms of the fintech lending practices as well as the industry. And also, as one of the key components that we feel the association and the industry needs to have is we have set up our own, what we call the Fintech Data Center. Basically, this is an equivalent to a SLIC in Indonesian banking industry. What we try to capture is basically the performance, the credit performance of the potential borrowers, how leveraged the prospective borrower are. And basically, this is a means to obviously see what are the risks inherent to a specific potential borrower. And so now, out of the 161 members, we have around 90% of the members are already fully integrated to the Fintech Data Center. We hope that this is one of the key infrastructure that we have set up as a means to mitigate potential risks, potential also over leverage amongst the consumer space as well. So this is a brief introduction to the association. Next slide. And so I think the growth, as mentioned, in terms of the number of lenders, because as a fintech lending platform, the business model is you are a platform. So essentially, you cannot have a balance sheet because a balance sheet play would then be deemed as part of the multi-finance license. So it is a platform under POJK 77. We are basically facilitating between the lenders and the borrowers. So the data as per May 2020, there's about 25 million borrowers that are in the platform, around 654 lenders, 654,000 lenders, which consist of individual as well as institutions that are already participating on the platform. In terms of the total cumulative loans that has been disbursed since inception, it stands at around 100 trillion in terms of the overall portfolio, rupiah, that is. And in terms of the growth, we still continue to believe that the growth will still continue. I think this also stems to the fact that the huge credit gap, as mentioned, around $80 billion, which still remains underserved. Right? So we look at the individual underserved, we look at the underpenetrated also in terms of the SME, And so overall, we still believe that the trend will only continue to increase further. Even despite the COVID impact, there was a slight decrease in terms of the number of disbursed loans in the March and April. But we see that the trend slowly recovering in the month of June, July, and onward. So given the opportunity, given the underserved market, we still continue to believe that this will continue to grow. Right. Next slide. And in terms of the demographics, I think this is what's quite unique. Yes, given the consumer space, you see more and more platforms that are focusing on the consumer space. So 89 of the platforms are focusing on the consumer space. 61 platforms are focusing on productive SME or small businesses and micro for that matter, and also Sharia specific. Yes, there are some platforms that offer both solutions. But I think what's quite unique, and this is not captured in the slide, there are within the productive space, there are those that are focusing on B2B. So you call it a B2B fintech lending space, and you would have also a B2C. Now, obviously, the method of communication, the method of literacy would be different between a B2B fintech lending and a B2C. How do you address the consumer space? How do you educate the consumer between a B2B fintech and a B2C fintech would be different. Even the business model is different, because if you talk about a B2B, then they would work with institutions. Institutions would have specific potential customer base, such as consumers, employees, or even SMEs. So I think that is one thing that the industry has evolved. It is no longer a standalone fintech lending. We see more and more trend towards what they call embedded fintech. So I don't know whether this is something that has been picked up by the colleagues over at ADB. But you see now many fintech players are actually embedded into non-fintech ecosystems. For example, e-commerce, for example, e-procurement. So it is a different play than what we see traditionally. And I think that is one of the developments that we've seen over the course of the relatively short period of time, how tech companies tend to evolve in terms of the ecosystem and where they focus. Typically, they would start in a much wider space initially, but then they would focus on certain segments, which makes them much more a specific target in terms of who they are targeting, how they target, and how they integrate with that specific ecosystem. So this is something that's unique, and obviously we also need to understand further how do you do financial literacy for that specific segment, because it is a different play. Next. And so I think we as an association, obviously as a relatively young association, let me point it out, obviously we focused our initiatives initially. This is pre-COVID, so I would say it's pre-COVID and post-COVID. So pre-COVID, as was mentioned by Ibu Puji, in terms of the way we approach, it is still more or less an offline process. It's a face-to-face, given the fact that, yes, there are some regions outside of Java, let's say, where you still need physical presence to educate the people, to talk to the people. So digital adoption may not be equal in all islands in Indonesia. We have to realize that. So I guess, you know, from the association and the players' perspective, there needs to be a different approach, right? And so, you know, initially before COVID, we still actually did most of our education and literacy program offline, given the fact that, you know, as mentioned, fintech is relatively new in Indonesia, and overall we see that, you know, financial literacy remains relatively low. So this was the method that we had adopted before COVID. Now moving on to the next slide. post-COVID is what's quite unique. Obviously, we see more digitally initiatives, right? Webinar, social media engagement, ecosystem collaboration. I'll touch upon that a little bit later, but digital webinar series, I think it's pretty clear. Like what we are having today, it expands the reach, right? So you're not only limiting to certain region, you're not only limiting to certain target audience, but you're opening a wider space. So in terms of the reach, would definitely expand through the digital webinar series. Yes, we know for a fact that infrastructure remains an issue. In some parts of Indonesia, not all have the adequate bandwidth. So, whether we will see a mix and match or a hybrid model in terms of, using digital and using offline as a means to address or educate the market. But again, it depends on who you are targeting and which segment. Is it the millennials? Is it the non-millennials? I think there is a different approach. And through social media engagement, the second pillar, actually we looked at who are our customer base, and from the data that we have, about 70% of fintech lending users are actually below the age of 30. In terms of the lenders, so the lenders are actually below 30. For the consumer space, in terms of the borrowers, again, we see the same trend. About actually 75% of the borrowers are actually below the age of 30. So having said that, I think social media engagement is a must. I think this was also mentioned, how OJK is using digital literacy through social media. Building a social media asset, I think, is very important. Because one, you can actually track the users, right? You can see the rates, the click rates, and it helps you to analyze better who is the target. And it can be more targeted, it can be more specific, and the content can be designed based on who we are targeting. So it has a very, I would say, effective method to approach the right users that we are targeting, rather than taking a wide, I would say, shotgun approach. This is more targeted, and effectively, it is a much more cost-efficient means of marketing, right, or education, because as most of the fintech lending are relatively a startup company. I think we don't always have the luxury of having unlimited amount of budget to spend. So I think, especially during COVID, we have learned, how do you keep your cash flow well maintained? How do you ensure that you are still continuing the public literacy, but also how do you maintain a very cost-effective budget, right? So this is something that we see, that through social media engagement, you're able to reach the right target with a more cost-effective approach. The third that we like is actually ecosystem collaboration. So what we mean by that is we target selected ecosystems. For example, when we talk about SMEs or UKMs in Indonesia, we need to define clearly who are the UKM. Because in Indonesia, there's about 65 million UKM. Those that are legal entities, I believe the number is about 800,000. Those who are individual non-legal entities, the amount is about 64 million. And you have to define where do you want to focus. So for example, I think we see the recent trend rise in the UKM in the digital space. So when you have a digital UKM, who do you talk to? Then we reach out to our friends at Bukalapak, we reach out to our friends at Tokopedia, because they have 4 million active sellers or merchants. These 4 millions are actually part of the 64 million small medium enterprises that are mostly individual. So we work together. We partner with these ecosystems, such as the e-commerce marketplace, to provide this education with regards to fintech lending. We also work with other ecosystems. You have the ride-hailing, like Gojek. You also have the other prominent ecosystem that we see in the government of Indonesia is called LKPP, which facilitates the government-related purchase. So I think this is one of the things that we identify is we need to work with the ecosystems, because the ecosystems have a stronger connection to the target that we are aiming for, especially when it comes to SME. It's more targeted and it's more engaged. I think that is what we are aiming for. And how do you also build that collaboration with the ecosystem? That is actually the key to some of the activities that we have done. We also see, apart from the e-commerce, you have digital logistics. You have also digital focusing on agriculture. So these are small growing ecosystems that we see, and we partner with those ecosystems to provide the literacy or the know-how or the how-to. I think the challenge that we face with small medium, if you're trying to provide literacy to small medium, the challenge is always on the how-to. So this is one of the areas that we work together with ecosystems to provide that. And the last slide is just an example. This is an example of what we do at Investry. Key opinion leader. I think if you talk about the millennials, if you talk about the adoption for certain segments, we try to find who are the right key opinion leader. Obviously, you need to do proper due diligence assessment on these key opinion leaders to ensure that they're able to provide the right approach. But I think what we have seen is that these key opinion leaders obviously have strong follower base. They have strong connectivity to the followers. So, this is part of the social media engagement that we do. We work with key opinion leaders, and we will see that, given where we are right now, I think there will be continuous effort to build more digital means of doing financial literacy within the fintech lending industry. And as I mentioned, we see also an evolvement from a direct B2C to a B2B approach in the fintech lending industry as this industry continues to evolve. So I think that is what I can share in terms of what we do from the association, some examples, and I think it is very relevant to some of the message that has been shared by the previous panelists. We just put it into more on-ground context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pa Adrian. Very comprehensive presentation. But since I have some follow-up questions to you, but unfortunately the time seems not allowing us to do more on that. We were way behind schedule, so maybe I just move to our last panelist. Maybe we can do some discussion afterwards. I then move to the last panelist, Pak Sam, Pak Sam Safi. So let me read his CV. Pak Sam is the CEO and co-founder of Pitchin. I think she will be delivering more information on the Pitchin. Pitchin is the registered fintech issued by the Securities Commission of Malaysia and offering the equity crowdfunding platform. Pitchin is one of the equity crowdfunding platforms, and also Pak Sam also runs a Watchtower and Friends Accelerator as well, a tech accelerator that invests in early stage tech startups. So I think it will be then related to the early education stage of the fintech investors. And he was graduated from the National University of Malaysia, and prior to running Pitchin, he had spent 15 years as public service, as also Attorney General Chambers in 1993, before moving to serve the SECOM and also Malaysia Communication Multimedia Commission until 2008. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Pak Sam to deliver the presentation. Pak Sam, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bapak Trino. I hope the line or the connection is good. I'm having some problems here in Kuala Lumpur. So before we start, first of all, just let me extend my appreciation to the OJK team for extending the invite to myself to speak at this particular event. What I'll be focusing the next 5 to 10 minutes will be really to share with all of you my own thoughts or pitching's own thought with regards to digital finance literacy, and then to focus really what we've seen are the challenges that we face as an industry player running an equity crowdfunding platform in Malaysia, and what we've done thus far in terms of bridging some of those gaps that we see. So if you could go to the first slide, please. All right, next slide. All right. So I'm sure some of you participants are quite familiar with this particular mapping. I'm sure Indonesia has also its own. If not, please do ask from some of your fintech, what they call players. You would probably have a similar mapping of the different kind of companies or startups that are focused on different segments of fintech in your own country. In Malaysia, we have ourselves a good number of companies. This is a mapping in 2019. I am sure there will be more companies that are currently being mapped in those sectors as we start to do our 2020 fintech mapping. One thing is certain from what we've seen thus far, not just in the discussion today with OJK, but also in other countries, I do feel that the problem is not peculiar to any country. I think the problem is similar wherever we go. Even in the most advanced countries, there will be issues with regards to financial literacy. There is always this gap between access and usage, and every country is grappling and finding ways to solve those issues themselves. So in this map, you could see a good number of companies in Malaysia, each of us offering digital finance solutions to our citizens. Each of us hope that the digital technologies that we offer will play a key role in terms of financial inclusion. However, as we know, there is still a significant gap between access and usage. The other observation that we see in DFL is that what we mean by DFL or digital finance literacy is not always commonly understood. In our opinion, although we talk about literacy, it is not mainly a literacy issue. It is also a numeracy issue, a design issue, an access issue, social norms, and consumer awareness. Now, all of these play a significant role in society's digital finance literacy. If we do not take these enablers into account, we run the risk of applying a literacy solution to a design or social norms problem. So my take on DFL is that it is not something that we can look from one binoculars, but through many views. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is us pitching, as Pak Trino introduced pitching just now. We are a recognized operator by the Securities Commission to offer an equity crowdfunding platform to companies who are fundraising and raising their money to the public, and to the public who are now looking to invest in companies on the platform. Now, one of the things that we need to know is that for equity crowdfunding, as it is in Indonesia, it is a regulated activity. you need to be registered with the local regulators here in Malaysia. In this particular issue, it is the Securities Commission. And as a market and as a recognized market operator, there are obligations that each market operator needs to do. This is provided in Chapter 6 of the Guidelines of Recognized Markets issued by the Securities Commission. It has to do with carrying out continuous awareness and education programs. Yeah, so that's a mandatory obligation put into all of the registered recognized market operators in Malaysia. In Malaysia itself, there are 10 registered market operator platform. We started with 6, but as of 2020, we now have 10 operators who do similar things like what Pitching does, which is to offer an equity crowdfunding platform. Now, our main goal in terms of doing awareness and education programs is really 2 things. First, to ensure companies understand their role and responsibilities to investors. This is potentially the first ever time that companies are fundraising to the public, and thus their role and responsibilities are far more greater. The other thing that we would like to do in terms of continuing our awareness and education programs with regards to ensuring investors where they understand the risk that comes together with every investment they make, and for them to also have the right information they require before they can make a decision whether to invest in a company or not. We've done this particular awareness and education programs continuously since we started the platform. ECF, or the development of equity crowdfunding in Malaysia, has been a gradual process. You've heard earlier this morning from our chairman and also Mr. Wayman with regards to how much development has been done on equity crowdfunding, where we started quite slowly, but towards the last few months, the demand has been quite strong, not only from companies who are looking to raise money, but also from investors who are looking to invest in growth stage companies in Malaysia. So you've also heard the numbers shared by the chairman and also Mr. Wayman this morning, that as of the first 6 months of 2020, we've surpassed the numbers of 2019. Pitching itself, for the last 6 months of 2020, we have actually surpassed our entire number of 2019. And that, I think, has also gave us what we call more confidence in terms of bringing this particular product or financial product to the bigger crowd in Malaysia. Now, in terms of our activities that we've done, similar to what Bapak Adrian mentioned, obviously we need to separate this between before COVID-19 happened and then after the pandemic started. Similarly to what we've seen in Indonesia, before COVID-19, we did a lot of face-to-face events. We went around major towns in Malaysia. Unfortunately, that has stopped to some degree. We are now more spending a lot of our time and efforts in the digital space, either through Zoom or Google Meet and whatever product that's out there. So the work in terms of awareness and education has not stopped. In fact, I think because of this particular pandemic, we've actually doubled our effort so that we can reach out to more companies out there. The next slide, please. So for the next slide, I'd just like to share with you what we've seen happening on our own platform, on Pitching. We've been lucky enough to actually share, to actually host 4 fintech companies who were fundraising on the platform. Yeah, so MyCash Online, Regov, Fantastic, and Policy Street. These are 3 fintech companies, and one of them insurance tech companies that were fundraising on Pitching. Now, off the bat, one of the most challenging things to do in terms of fundraising for fintech and insurance tech companies is really to get the investment community to really understand what these companies do, right? So first of all, we need to educate the investor community in terms of what these companies are doing. Each of them are targeting different segments of the society, and how these investments, if the investors to invest, would actually then result in a payback to these investors. Now, I'm happy to mention that all 4 companies did very well in terms of their fundraising. That itself speaks to the fact that a lot of investors understood. So the financial literacy of investors in Malaysia are a bit high, and that's why they fully understood what all 4 companies wanted to do, and therefore all 4 companies managed to raise not just what they wanted, but some of them were oversubscribed. An example I would like to touch base is MyCash Online. So MyCash Online is an e-marketplace specifically designed for migrant workers. It is currently available in Malaysia, Singapore, and Australia. The founder of MyCash Online was formerly a student, a migrant student himself. He
Pak Safi. Oh, I think we have connection problem with Malaysia, with KL. Oh, I think we just lost connection with Pak Safi. So while waiting for Pak Safi to reconnect, since the time available for us. Sorry, Pak Safi, can you hear Korean? That's all right. All right. Okay. Please continue, Pak Safi.
Hi. Yes, Pak Trino, I'm back. Apologies for that. Again, the connection is really bad here. I don't know why.
Yes, I can hear now.
Yeah, it always happens when the time that we need it to work, there's always a problem, right?
Very well understood.
Okay, so I was mentioning about MyCash Online. It was started by a foreign student who came to Malaysia, did his masters, saw an opportunities to solve a common problem faced by migrant workers in Malaysia itself, who do not have access to online banking or credit cards. The company spent a lot of time during its early inception to educate users on how MyCash Online can serve them. This has resulted in the inclusion of these unbanked workers who are now able to participate in the digital economy in Malaysia, and also now what we've seen in Singapore and also Australia. So by the time when they were ready to raise money, many investors here in Malaysia were already aware of their service, what it does, and what they can offer to investors, and that's why they became quite an attractive investment opportunity to investors in Malaysia. In fact, MyCash Online's offer was actually oversubscribed. The next slide. So what's next for us here in Malaysia, especially those who are in the space that are regulated by the Securities Commission of Malaysia? What we'll be seeing soon would be the introduction of the secondary market. Pitch In itself has sent our papers to the Securities Commission, hoping that we'll be getting our approval soon. We were also expecting the Securities Commission to announce the opening for the application for the initial exchange offering, or the IEO. Now, both of these are new products that will be introduced in the local market, and we see a lot of education awareness, digital finance literacy that needs to be done by the players who will then be given the right or the approvals to actually run the secondary market and the initial exchange offering. So exciting times here in Malaysia, but it also means that a lot of work to be done and to be continued by us here in KL. Next slide, please. So I'm coming to my last slides. Again, I think I'm preaching to the choir here. I think all of us do understand and do appreciate the importance of digital financial literacy. On my part, running an equity crowdfunding here in Malaysia, which is quite relatively new, we think the fact that we've actually been quite successful here in KL is because we do invest a lot of money and resources into digital financial literacy. It's important for any company that intend to either make a change or make a dent in this particular ecosystem for us to spend a lot of resources and investment to ensure that our users who we are targeting are fully educated and fully aware of what they are getting themselves into. So with that, we think moving forward, is what Ibu Puji mentioned, and I'm not sure whether she meant it because she could actually see me wearing my Liverpool polo shirt. But it's
you never walk alone.
That's right, yeah. It's really obvious that this particular initiative cannot be done singularly by the public sector. I think the private sector, and I think Bapak Adrian clearly addressed that quite beautifully. It's something that both of us, the private and public sector, will have to work together hand in hand to drive this message, because this message is not going away. It will always be there. There will always be people that we need to educate as more and more product that's introduced into the market. So that's it, Bapak Triano. Thank you very much. And again, apologies to my audience in Indonesia for losing me for a minute there. But I'm happy to be back. And if there's any other questions, Bapak Triano, I'm more than happy to actually address them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Pak Safi. So since the time is very limited for us, maybe I'll just pick one or two questions that will be addressed to our panelists. I had a very interesting question from our colleagues from Papua, and it is especially addressed to Ibu Puji, the Miss Christianti. But I think I would like to invite Pak Sam to answer this question as well. This is about the program, the literacy program to reach out to the remote area, Bu Puji. So do you have any particular specific strategy to reach them out, or any special case or experience that you would like to share? And after Ibu Puji, I would like also to invite Pak Sam to share your experience in Malaysia. Please, Bu Puji.
Okay, thank you, Pak Tri. About education in remote area, I think definitely it's not can be done using digital device. So we have to be face to face first, and then secondly, it will be more effective if we use the channel that already mature in this area. For example, every year we have like community service from student in university, especially for economic faculty. We call it in Indonesia KKN. So they can be used as our troop to give penetration to remote area, to make the financial education more easily to be assessed by people in the remote area close to the university. That we believe every region have economic faculty. And then the second one, as we know that Kemendikbud have like a new program which call us every student have to take field how to say that, kuliah lapangan, and it's about like 1 semester. So we can use this program to channel with our program to have like outreach program, because outreach need a quite long time and intensive approach. And I think it will be much more effective if we use local people, and also they know the local wisdom about the people that to be will be our target. And then the third one, we can encourage financial institution to have like one branch, one activity. With our OJK regulation number 76, every financial institution must conduct financial education only once in a year for all of the branches. So maybe in the headquarter. But we know that every region, even in remote area, there are financial institution. So I think it will be beneficial for OJK collaborated with regional office and also in the financial institution in the every branch to together with the student from Faculty Economy to do the penetration of financial education in remote area. I think that's one of our strategy, Pak Tri, because I believe that it is impossible to reach out everything by ourselves or regulator by regulator. So we have to see which channel that we can use to be our tools or our strategic alliance. We have to build a strategic alliance that beneficial to other party. For example, in this case, student also will have like experience how to excel their knowledge about how to make people knows better about financial literacy. I think this can be done and very, very possible to do that. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful, Bu Buji. So, Pak Sam, any thought from Malaysia?
Sure. Yeah, I think, I think we mentioned that the challenges that we face in both countries are similar. Obviously, Indonesia is far more bigger than Malaysia, so you have a big area to cover in terms of education and awareness. But it's similar in Malaysia, especially in remote areas where you don't have the infrastructure that you need to actually carry out some of these what they call educational programs that we can do in the urban areas. So what we've done in Malaysia, especially in terms of addressing those remote areas, is to work with the local regulators in charge of communications and multimedia. And incidentally, I've actually spent 8 years there working myself in the Malaysian Communications and Multimedia Commission before going out, deciding to become an entrepreneur myself. So working with the local authorities, the MCMC as what we call them, who in hand work with the local telcos, what they've done is that they've actually set up local, what we call internet desa, or kampung internet, where in every villages there will be a particular space where internet connectivity is available. There will be multiple what they call laptops and also computers available for some of these people who live in remote areas to have access, the same access that we do living in urban towns. So this is something that we've done, and in tandem with the authorities in communications and multimedia, we then work in terms of highlighting some of the information that we need to be available on websites, which is dual language in Bahasa Malaysia, also in Bahasa Inggris. That's what we commonly do. And again, it's an ongoing activity that we do between both the regulators and also the private sectors here in Malaysia.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Sam. And I'm going to pick one question to Pak Adrian about one of the attendees just asking about the connection between P2P and MSME financing. So can you explain this a little bit, but with a very brief answer, please, Pak Adrian?
Yes, I think with regards to SME financing, as we shared earlier, about 68% of the total portfolio of the overall fintech lending space is actually focus on small medium enterprises or business loans. As I mentioned, in Indonesia there is 65 million small medium enterprises, including micro. So I think most of the 68% of the total volume or portfolio is split into either small, medium, or micro businesses. And the way that the fintech or P2P is actually more can be considered a P2B, so peer to business, because the actually the lending is used for either working capital purpose of the small medium enterprises. And in terms of the product, it can be either an invoice financing product, it can be an accounts payable financing product. So these are, I would say, the evolution. So not all peer-to-peer are actually focusing on individual consumptive loans, but we see actually 68% of the total portfolio focusing on the small or working capital for the small medium enterprises. And I think this is something that we as an association have a homework to continue to communicate, because I think what people associate the fintech lending is mostly for the consumer individual,
Yeah.
but in essence, it is actually 68% more on the productive loan.
All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Parvia. Let me ask my last question to Punima. Punima, one of the attendees, asking about the ASEAN initiative, since you are sitting in a multilateral organization. So, have you heard on the ASEAN initiative on the fintech development? Please answer this briefly, Punima. Punima, are you still there? Oh, I think we are missing Ibu Punima. So, forgive me that I could not answer all the questions from the participants, but certainly our colleagues from the technical teams would like to maybe give some brief explanation on certain question that you have asked us. Since it's very limited time and I could not really draw the conclusion of this discussion, but it is very important to highlight that digital financial literacy is not commonly understood. This is the message from Pak Sam, and also Bu Puji mentioning about the collaborative effort that could not be performed or should be performed by everybody, not only the regulators but also the players and also the customers as well. So with that, I would like to close this session with a very big thank you to the panelists for the sharings and also very fruitful discussion. And your thought and views are very, very useful for us all as the panelists and also all the attendees. And I hope that this will be good information and feedback for the future policy for the fintech development in ASEAN or Indonesia and in Malaysia. So thank you so very much. I would like to close the session. I would return the time to Kartika. Kartika?
Thank you to the moderator and all speakers for a very impressive discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, at last, we are welcoming the closing remarks by the Deputy Commissioner of International and Research, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. Please welcome Bapak Imansyah.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon for all of us. The Honorable Ibu Nurhaida, Vice Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesian Financial Services Authority, or OJK, Bapak Tirta Segara, member of the Board Commissioners in charge of Education and Consumer Protections, representative of the Securities Commission Malaysia, representatives of the Asian Development Bank, representative of the Financial Industry Association, including also the Fintech associations, OJK colleagues, and also the panelists, moderators, and also participants. At first, I would like to convey and extend as well our deep appreciation for the speakers, moderators, and all participants for attending and also very intensive discussions to this event. I think it is a big contributions for OJK to move forward with the idea in the area of financial technology innovations, and for sure I can see then the when we are seeing you are covering the event covering two areas of digital financial roadmap, as well as in the afternoon we're covering as well digital financial literacy, and coupled to that is Malaysia experience and insights, and also individual players in the area of marketplace, P2P lending, and all those kind of financial technology innovations. For sure, I can see then the connecting dots. I may say that between these financial technology innovations, and also how that this financial technology innovation can contribute utmost to the financial, to the economy recovery, in particular at this moment when a lot of countries in the world suffering a lot from the pandemic. I think that's really the key message that we can share with the industry, with the financial sector, that moving forward is the financial technology innovation era, and it's something that the enabler is for sure is also the key important contributions from the area of financial literacy. Today, I think we may say that the technology now is the core driver for the change, right? And we acknowledge that this trend is will be prolonged, and it is will prevail. My colleague may say something that in the future there will be only two areas that will be prevail on top of the other areas. One is the digital technology, fintech, financial technology, and the other area is when you are saying about the sustainable finance. So you are very aware with the environment, you are very aware with the climate change. So I think today we cover half of those of one area that will be prepared in future. So, but it's not really sufficient. It's only we are only discussing about the fintech technology innovations on paper only. But the issue is how we can put it and incorporate it into and embed, bring more value the financial aspect to Indonesia. This financial technology to fill in the gaps in the Indonesian economy and finance by increasing the financial inclusion, financial literacy, financing SMEs, and so on. And in particular for financing SMEs, I do agree with the idea on that P2P must also thinking about more on how to finance the SMEs, because SMEs to some extent for Indonesian case is like a pillar that supporting our economy be resistant during the pandemic situation. So I appreciate on behalf of OJK, I would like to also appreciate for P2P that also putting some more exposures on how you are financing the SMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be like two areas more that we can have from this discussion to this event today. One is I can take that one point on the more to P2P and core-based economy will drive more democratization in the economy. And the second one is the high penetrations of technology will expand financial outreach to the lower level of the poverty pyramid. When you're talking about property, then I will see the connecting dots again between the fintech and also the sustainable development goals, the SDGs. The SDGs is something that also we are addressing very much also when we are touching the area of the sustainable finance. So see, there's a real linkage between financial technology and also the sustainable development goals. So I encourage my colleagues, Pak Batu Nanggar and also Pak Triono, who is really in charge fully on the digital innovations within the OJK. I can see that from the associations concerning like surveys how the pandemic affecting the performance of these the platform. So it's our challenge, it's our task to do much more work, more collaborations with the players to have like more contributions to the SMEs, and at the end we can have our government to do the recovery economy soon. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other hand, I can see that that OJK must also concern with consumer protection. I think this is one that we cannot really go or we cannot set aside for the customer protection, because that one is one of the pillar within the OJK responsibility that we have to also concern with the customer protection. But when we see the given figure on the financial literacy index in 2019, I think still far way to go to improve the financial literacy index in our in Indonesian people. So I think this is really the challenge for Bu Puji to get more to work harder and to have a lot of communications in every level of our society, to give them more understanding, not only knowing about the financial product, but also give them the understandings more how about the risk, how they can understand the product and how they can utilize the product. So at the end, they really know about the risk and the benefit of having a certain product or financial product with them. So and I think I appreciate as well from the GIKD, from the Financial Digital Innovations Department, when you're saying about that. I think OJK have also taken real steps for accelerating in growth of financial literacy and inclusion levels, particularly in digital finance innovation. OJK has launched digital financial literacy curriculum. The deliverables of the first module have been issued, which are in the form of book, ebook, animated video, interactive games, and we all excited to have further products on supporting the financial literacy for our people, for the public. So, ladies and gentlemen, following all the discussions, I can see it's about very fundamental that we are addressing the issue of demand and supply. So when we are talking about the demand, there's a lot of requests coming from the industry, coming from the people on how they can utilize the P2P lending, the financial, the fintech innovation. But on the other hand, I think in the morning, Pak Batu Manggar mentioned the balancing, how you are protecting the customer, how OJK rules and supervisors, how we are try to manage, monitor, and protect the use of digital platform to be relevant to the activities of financial service sector. And at the end, we still maintain the financial system stability in Indonesia. And I think to that to some extent, we also having also now improving our insight, our knowledge and capacity on how building the RegTech and SupTech to our supervisors. So along with all those things, I think the challenges is there. The upcoming work is still a lot to do. So I think OJK will be very much in line to have a special program on how we are building capacity, in particular for the internal OJK, to catch up all the developments in the financial technology innovations. So ladies and gentlemen, with all those things, I think I don't want to be very long in my closing remarks, but I think we are in OJK will be very optimistic with the development of the financial innovation technology in Indonesia. We have a lot of opportunities is there. I think benefits to have this financial technology is is the future of our economy. So then I think we have to be committed. I think that not only OJK but also the participants, everybody that really concerned and have interest in the financial technology innovation will be very much. You are very welcome to do more collaboration with OJK to build the better and the best environment ecosystem to financial technology innovation in the future for Indonesia. So OJK will be very much open, and we have a lot of bilateral dialogue between the regulators and also the industry. So with that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a good opportunity as well to understand more about the financial technology innovations. Thank you for ADB, thank you for SECO Malaysia, thank you for the Fintech Association, for speakers, panelists, and all that have contributions to this success of this event. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Imansyah, for such wonderful closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reaching the end of Virtual Innovation Day 2020. We are deeply honored to have all the guests and speakers to share the knowledge of accelerating economic recovery through financial technology innovation. We sincerely thank you for the kind support. See you again in the next events. Salam kebajikan. Om Shanti 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.